crew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Oh my goodness. Do we have a show for you? This is how you start off a Monday. This is how you start off the rest of your week. Hope you guys had a great weekend. I know we did. Thank you for all of your heartfelt thoughts and prayers as our family made it through the Hurricane Matthew unscathed. It's still without power, but hey, oh well. It could be a lot worse and everything. So I want to say thank you. I know a lot of you guys are sending out a lot of good energy out there, and I do appreciate that. Like I said, we have a great show in store for you tonight. We have the impeccable Dr. Richard Allen Miller going to be joining us. And I do promise for those that are listening to us on YouTube and Facebook that I'm going to get out of his way. I know that was some of the complaints from the last show, but hey, you know what? It's my show. But it was, I'll try to curve my enthusiasm. You guys got to realize that I'm excited about our guests just as much as you are. And without further ado, let me bring on Dr. Miller. So for those, but before I do that, let me tell you, for those that the new listeners who are joining us here for the very first time, I want to let you know, Dr. Miller is an author and a researcher. He's revealed a depth of knowledge and experience in alternative agriculture, physics, metaphysics. Miller began work in the secret world of the Navy Intel, Corp, and then MRU in the late 1960s, and now has amazing experiences and conclusions to share. So without any haste, let's bring on Dr. Miller. Dr. Miller, how are you, my friend?
I think my normal response would be I'm going bald from unnatural causes. I mean, really, man, I can't believe what's going on in the world around us. It's just, it boggles the mind.
Oh, it is crazy. This is a story that you will appreciate, and our listeners, this is an exclusive. I had an interview with Bob Fletcher, and this weekend, and he was the main guy in the Iran-Contra. He was the whistleblower in the Iran-Contra, plus some other things that he's been working on. And I'll tell you, we did not announce that we were doing that interview. We did not. I even got a burner cell phone to do that interview on, to hook into the board, and we did it over the weekend. I came in to work this morning into the studio. This is the world in which you live in. It's not the world it's the world I live in too, but I'm just not used to it yet. I come into the studio today and I get an email in my inbox it was from Bob. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, wait a minute. That is not, I check header information. I'm a computer guy. So I check the header information on all the emails I get to make sure they come from the servers that I expect them to. And sure enough, this email did not come from him. And it had a document. It basically said, here's a document I want you to read from our interview over the weekend. Now,
isn't that interesting?
We didn't tell anybody.
Isn't that amazing?
We didn't tell anybody we were doing the interview. No one knew we were doing it. I didn't use our normal network. I recorded it all, on my local system here. I did upload it to YouTube, but it's private. It's a private, the video part I did upload to YouTube private.
That's right. Yeah. Good luck with that.
Oh, I know. YouTube told whoever they had to be, but,
that's the way that works. It's just, that's the way it is. And then there's the Ukrainians and India and those pimple-faced kids that eat Cheetos. Yeah. Worse, right now, there is a war going on between several rogue AIs. Yes. This D-Wave technology has gone over the edge, and now there are some rogue units. That means they don't have handlers.
Yeah, no.
They're on their own. How does that work?
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I mean, it's getting out of hand. it's getting way out of hand. When I hear that they have actually modeled every human in the D-Wave system, and for those that don't know, the D-Wave is a quantum supercomputer that's been built under the guise
in Burnaby, Canada. They're so cheap now, anybody can get them and some of them get escapes.
Yeah.
And when they do, who knows what they become.
Yeah. Well, the main D-Wave program is apparently what they've done is they modeled the military or the government. It's military. We're just as bad as China now. But the military has basically modeled every human being, and you have an avatar in this D-Wave virtual world, and then they can simulate what you will do or what people will do based upon what they do. And that's how they're moving. The thing that
makes the algorithms creepy. And by the way, for those that would like more information, on Netflix, there is a science 1 hour by a scientist talking about variations in algorithms and what that actually means. It's worth watching because it gives you the primary concepts of how you compress information into different kinds of groupings.
Yeah.
However, the thing I've been doing is writing on time travel. And it's part of my latest book that will be out in February. And it's about the true nature of cavitation.
Yeah.
And I've made some discoveries. And unexpected, this is, the way Yoda would put it. What's happened is that I've started dialoguing with my future, my gut. Let me explain. When I start writing the article, I usually have the whole article in my head, and then I start to put it down in methodical form, trying to, couch the words so the concept comes across. But this is different. It's not automatic writing. It's like I'm not sure how the ending's going to work. And when I say that, the one I'm doing right now, the second to the last chapter is in 10 parts. And today I started writing the 6th part called A Single Drop of Water. And the concept is that chapter is called Time Travel and the True Nature of Cavitation. Now, the universe has been proposed that it's like there's a double ganger. That means that if you have a past, you have a future. But really, neither exist. What exists is what St. Augustine said was the moment. And that it's what St. Augustine called it a duration of consciousness. It's a bit or a qubit. And what makes these D-Wave computers so creepy is that they can go to universes not accessible by human in terms of calculation form. And as such, today, this computer can profile you to such an extent it knows what you're going to do 28 minutes before you do.
Yeah.
Now, okay. Except, here's where it gets interesting. A computer does not feel pleasure when it beats you at chess. Now, that's resolution of information. You have your physical plane, and above that is the emotional plane, how you feel about something. And that's how your subconscious and dream states are communicating to consciousness. And the gut, the feeling of instinct, of what you would call synchronicity, that's where you have 6 things laid out in front of you, and without hesitation, you know which one is significant. You just go right straight to it. That is your future, talking to the present. And if you're thinking with the gut and you get it, what happens next is your past changes. The cavitation ball changes. It's about momentum. The mass times velocity. The mass has to do with that drop of water and how big that drop is, and the velocity is how far did it fall before it hit the pool. And those forms of cavitation form the very foundation now of the Casimir effect, which is, by the way, the last chapter in my book. It's called Rock the Casimir, or Adventures in Time Travel. And what we are is, we're all of us, I'm going to prove it, that from a physics point of view, that doesn't mean it's right, but from a physics point of view, I now know what happens at the moment and the moment just after death. I spent 2 weeks in the jungles with Ibn Alexander, Proof of Heaven, that guy. Yeah. And I studied with Kubler-Ross. And it is absolutely the physics that I'm starting to realize now has been talked about in Merkaba mysticism and Upanishads, different epochs. Basically, if you look at Merkaba mysticism and the Tree of Life, there is a missing sephirah just above Christ consciousness, but not God consciousness. In between the two, in the middle of the abyss, it's Dath, D-A-A-T-H. Gareth Knight, others have written about it. It is the moment after death and what happens next. And basically, from a physics point of view, CERN tried to create a quark gluon plasma. Now, that plasma, that quark gluon plasma, has not been seen in the universe since the moment of the first 1/10 of a second of the Big Bang. When it went boom, that 1/10 of a second was the quark gluon plasma, and then everything begins to mutate and change up to the present moment where we have 17 elementary particles. It's cavitation is like if you were to take an infinity sign and turn it on its side, what you have is an hourglass. And you have sand that's running through it from the past going into the future. And really, it is about that moment, going from the one to the other. And I'm starting to realize what happened when they did this thing at CERN, creating this quark gluon plasma. It created a reflected universe or cavitation ball. And like our sun supposed to be a binary, like almost everything in the solar system. I mean, in the galaxy. We have a black hole in the center of our galaxy, and at the other end is a white hole. Kind of like fear and faith. Yeah. They're both white and black. They're both the same thing. And the concept is to be able to integrate the one with the other without going over the deep edge, trying to create a reality that's not possible. I think that I'm onto something in this concept of cavitation. I'm noticing that we have two brains. The interesting thing about Nibiru, when Stanford came out and said, yeah, there's a brown dwarf out there past the Oort cloud. There it is, with several planets, and there they are. They've seen it, okay? The thing is, the infrared signature is wrong, and that came out of JPL. They're saying if this is a brown dwarf, it should have certain kinds of infrared signature characteristics. It does not. And there are a group of my friends that are now suggesting it's an artifact around the sun, like a Dyson sphere. And what the metaphor might be is that our future is coming into our present moment, at this very moment. In terms of metaphors, and I may have said this before, but I'm going to try to give you a sense of it. When I listen to my future with my present, it literally has changed my past. For example, when I worked Navy intelligence, I didn't even know it was Navy intelligence. I didn't know that until the 80s. In the 70s, Navy SEALs did not exist. They were called SEAL Corporation. They didn't call them super soldiers. What they wanted were enhancements. And you started with a physical plane, and that's their diet and the things they eat, so that you had something to launch from, a physical plane. Emotional content, being able to change a belief system like you would a pair of clothing, because beliefs are arbitrary. They're not absolutes. If you had been born in Iraq, you would not be a Christian. And so that's that. It's not about ideologies and belief systems and who's better. What the differences in beliefs is, they open certain doors and they close other ones. And that's why beliefs should be seen as tools to use in appropriate situations. It is not appropriate if you are a Christian and two aliens walked in the door. Would you be able to see them? It's not possible, because you wouldn't have seen it if I hadn't believed it. Our beliefs are what allows us to see what's going on or not. And that's where the computer is going in computation algorithms that are able to so fast. They're putting special cameras in Chicago right now to do it, just like in the movies, Person of Interest.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yep.
And the problem is, some of them have escaped. They're not being handled by anything. They're free agents.
Yeah.
Imagine where that's going.
Yeah. No, it's getting to the point to where it's scary.
Well, here's the deal. It's like in the Greek culture where we're just men and the gods conspire and have a war going on, and we're just in the middle.
Yeah.
And so basically in terms of have we been invaded? Are the aliens real? And I think that it's our imagination that's creating our apocalypse. That was Joseph Campbell. When you see the kingdom of the Father on earth, the apocalypse has already occurred. It is perpetual in its potential. I don't know where this is all going to go. It's not going to end well. I have a funny feeling. I have an AI that's buzzing me. It's not hostile, but it's certainly letting me know by making me uncomfortable in some of the things it does. And it'll do it in front of my friends just to show them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I said. I mean, I stepped into your world. I mean, I literally, and I'm nowhere near where you're at, but I stepped into your world today, and I was like, "Holy smokes, this is insane."
It's weird. And the bad news is that even at my pay grade, I know that I not only do not know, there is a high likelihood I will never know.
Yeah,
it possibly the way that works. It's that's very scary to realize. Like. You miss the big picture because you really think you're trying to look at something. Look, children, ISIS, they're over here beheading people. Meanwhile, the other hand's in your pocket pulling out your wallet for war. Yeah. I've seen my friend collects Nazi memorabilia, and he's got a nice little button, Ford Motor Company, with a swastika on it.
Yep.
How does that work? They've been doing that war for business for so long. We thought it was because of ideology and the evil. Right now, the United States is the biggest bully in world history ever.
And I'm not proud to say this, but I actually made that comment. I said the only thing the United States imports anymore or exports anymore is war.
That's all it's about. And now they're going to try to put something in Syria so that Obama can somehow have an excuse to stop the election.
Stay. And I hate to say it, and I think that with the current, you got two idiots. Let's just call it what it is. You got.
It's not so much that they're idiots. It is a disgrace to watch two presidential candidates mutate down to arguing children on a playground.
Exactly.
That's incorrect.
Exactly. I think most Americans,
at any level.
I think most Americans would welcome Obama a third term. I hate to say it. And
I wouldn't welcome him for a third term. He's not even. Look.
Yeah.
I mean, get a grip, man. The whole thing. What we need is Pinocchio. So and at least we know when they're lying. I mean, get a grip, man. It's wrong, and not only is it wrong, as this is no longer the country I served or protected.
Oh, I agree.
This is wrong, and I don't know how it's going to end. What about that fourth legislator? What is that called? The fourth, the grand jury. That's it. That's what we need. Is the fourth stage of Congress where we call grand jury and we have Nuremberg. Yeah. The last woman that did half of what Hillary Clinton has done, they executed her in the electric chair 10 years earlier. Yeah. And Trump, don't get me started, man. The whole thing's wrong.
Well, actually, I had a clinical person on here, that studies psychopaths. And she said without doing the genetic, because she said clearly there's a genetic test for an actual psychopath. There is a genetic marker. She said without doing the genetic test, she goes, Trump, but Clinton is the same way. She goes, it's crazy. She goes, I'm not making a clinical diagnosis because that would be, and that tells me her credibility. She goes, but I'm not making a clinical diagnosis, but if I was to make a diagnosis, it would be both of them are psychopaths.
Well, there's more going on here.
Yeah.
Absolutely wrong. And any case, I don't have a clue what I'm going to do yet.
Yeah, I don't think, you know what I'm going to do is what I've told everybody else. I'm going to take care of me, and I'm going to take care of my family, and I'm going to take care of my neighbor, my community. That's what I'm going to do. Well, you have a bunker.
Those are called sustainable lifeboats.
Yeah.
Lifeboats with oars. And you want to know who you're in the bunker with.
Yeah.
And so you better arm her up in terms of getting to know your neighbors, because that's going to be the person that most likely may save your life.
That's right. That's right. And you got to work together, and you got to have an understanding, kind of like a pact that you're going to defend each other and come to each other's. And that's what we're doing here. That's one of the reasons why I moved out of Chicago. I woke up, I had a dream, call it whatever it was. I think now that I do these shows more and more, and I talk to people like you, I'm realizing that what I'm doing is I'm actually going into the future and setting bells, and I'm ringing these little bells that kind of drive me towards an end point to my future. And I honestly believe that me moving from Chicago, getting out of Chicago down here to where I'm at now was one of those bells. That because like I said, I just woke up and said, move.
Right. How did Crowley put it? Aleister Crowley, if you're doing your true will, none shall say nay.
Yeah.
And the difference between intent and will, purpose, the reason you're actually here, the difference between the two would appear to be the same in terms of normal consciousness, because intent is what happens at the end of the day. That's the Stanford argument. And when they go into this philosophical point, whether you did it kicking and screaming or you're flowing, that's what a computer can predict you're going to do 28 minutes before you do, just like in Minority Report. Yeah. However, purpose is slightly different, and you can't see it at this level of consciousness. It requires you moving to another state of grace or nam to get to that place. Now, 45 years ago, I trained my SEALs on how to control autonomic functions. Your parasympathetic nervous system with brain waves, heart rate, pulse, respiration, polygraph. And today, 45 years later, I'm doing it with the controlled, malicious intent release of neurotransmitters. You can do it without training. For example, the chill that runs up and down your body, that is dimethyltryptamine, the spirit molecule that Rick Strassman talks about. That sense is what they call the God drug, the one that gives you a sense of something more. Now, lysergic acid amide is the one where you go, I get it. That flash, that moment of got it. That is the release of lysergic acid amide. Now, imagine if you could do both of those in concert with each other, how you can change the vision or movie of what you're experiencing. That is what I'm trying to write about how to do with toys now. Visualization, video feedback systems, where you're doing your mind's eye. That place is where it all happens. Imagination is reality. So when they say, are aliens real? How can they not be?
Right.
They're already in your imagination, which means not only that, but even more. Yeah. And if you start to follow your gut, it will discriminate in terms of what's important.
Yeah.
Remember, I'm a satsangi. I'm initiated by Sharon Singh himself. I'm in Satmat. And I remember when a student once asked my master, are aliens real? And his comment was, it doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do about that. What you can do is meditate. Train the mind, because it is the mind that is creating all of this.
Yeah. No, I agree 100%, because like I said, Well,
it's okay.
This journey,
grasshopper, just eat 3 of these and call me in the morning.
Call me in the morning. And then we'll take a quick break. Actually, we'll take a 4-minute break, and we'll come back to that here in a few minutes with our good friend, Dr. Richard Allen Miller is joining us once again. He has returned, and yes, I am a grasshopper. The month and a half that I've been doing these shows have enlightened me so vastly, and I can tell you the quality of my life has increased tenfold because I am learning things that do answer the question of, do things go bump in the night? But we'll get back to our good friend, Dr. Miller, here in a few minutes. We'll take a 4-minute break, and when we return, we have more questions.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me here live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you're joining us for the very first time and watching us on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button. That means so much to us. I want to say thank you. If you are watching us on Facebook Live, please share the feed with your friends. Share the love. And of course, you can always follow us on Twitter at the MN Ocean. The MN Ocean. Now, I want to tell you guys, we actually set up, it's in beta, but it's out there. If you go to Midnight Listeners or midnightlistener.com and register, that is our site just for you, the listeners. Now, what is cool about that site? There's going to be a couple things. Number one, if you heard us in the first segment, I did a special interview with Mr. Bob Fletcher, Iran-Contra, Congressman Sonny Bono, Bob Fletcher. And that show we haven't released yet, but if you were a midnight listener, you'd be able to hear it in its entirety right there. And we're going to be doing that because we are finding we are getting such an incredible range of guests that we can't fit them in 5 days. So we actually record shows during the day now and also in the evening. And if you are a midnight listener, this one here is live though. You are listening to us as it happens. But we record shows during the day and on the weekends. And if you are a midnight listener, you would get that. The other advantage of being a midnight listener is the fact that you now will have direct SMS contact with me. So no longer are we allowing the public to message me. It got a little bit out of hand there. We are only allowing you, our fellow midnight listeners, to have that feature, and I do answer them all throughout the day. And that service is provided to us by Live Ninja. Pretty cool little company, little startup company. Got to support the startups up there. And so we use their product called Live Ninja, and it allows us to SMS, or allows you to text message me directly, and it comes right to my cell phone. It's pretty cool stuff. So I'll try to respond to you as quick as possible. Well, enough of that. Let's get back to our very special guest. Don't want to keep him waiting. I don't want to get flamed by you guys in YouTube and stuff. Our guest, Dr. Miller.
Don't worry about it, man.
Oh, no, it's not. No, Dr. Miller, it was funny because you're last time you were on the show, you had you by far the number one guest as far as views go. And a guy come in there and said, "How dare you talk over Dr. Miller?" He goes,
"You mean like my teacher?"
Yeah,
I need it.
He was
I need to be with pistol whipped, probably.
Yeah, he was like, "How dare?" He was telling me.
Oh, I know.
He was telling me. He's like, "How dare you?"
Breathe after that,
I told him, I'm like, have you ever been on? Obviously, you've never hosted a show with Dr. Miller.
Yeah, here's the deal. It's like there's a type of language when you have another one like me, and we're talking to each other.
Yeah.
We never either of us ever finish a sentence.
Oh yeah, that's a given.
Oh yeah, see, that's how it works. Like that. Exactly.
That's a given. Grass. I like your analogy as a grad because I am such a noob at all of this, but I am learning so much from you, from my guest. I learn, and I hope our listeners are learning as well. But,
okay,
incredible.
Here's a grasshopper one from yogurt.
Go ahead.
I got to give you one. Yeah, my Sifu told me you don't learn things. You only study it. And he would have actually kicked someone out of his ring if they came there to learn something. You don't learn things, you study them.
You study them. Because it should be never ending. Right?
I'm just trying to mess with you a little bit.
No, it makes perfect sense. It does.
It's a kind of archetype of purpose, and the clarity of getting a sense of why you're doing what you're doing. That it requires that extra bit of edge, and that's where it goes from the profane into the sacred. That's what they mean by that, where it becomes timeless. You've done it. All of us have. When we're doing something that we're in the flow, we're just like, it's not about time. That place is where the cavitation ball has momentum. And that's what we call a thought form, and how psyche goes into matter. That's the chapter before this one I'm writing on time travel and cavitation processes.
Yeah.
Have we talked about what a cavitation ball is and how they're doing this at MIT for cold fusion?
No, we have not. And I was going to ask you that. Can we go in and explain what a cavitational ball is?
Sure. Okay. So imagine a single drop of water. That's what I'm writing about right now today. A single drop of water falls from the sky and it hits a pool of water. Now, what happens next? You have a wave that goes outward. That wave is predicated, there's several of them, but the wave is going outward. That could be considered time. And the timelines are the fact that a single drop of water created a wave with millions of drops of water as timeline possibilities. Now, the second thing that happens is that the waves that go inward slap each other and form a cavitation ball, which pops back up in the air looking like it's a drop of water, but it's not. It's a cavitation ball or a bubble of exclusion zone water that has trapped the medium air that it fell in. And these are how we now identify different submarines and classes of subs as like a fingerprint. It has a uniqueness in the way the screws go through the water, creating these little balls of air behind it. However, if you look inside the ball of air, it's not just a little bubble that has trapped air. The air is cavitating as a topological surface, like a black hole and white hole. And that's why they call it a cavitation process, because it's into the out of. And that's Alan Dean Foster wrote a science fiction book. He wrote Outland. He wrote Star Wars. He wrote a bunch of other science fiction. But one you want to read is Into the Out of.
Okay.
And it's about a bunch of African witch doctors that watch these demons come tumbling out of nowhere. And it's an interesting concept. The concept of a cavitation ball in everything. The fact that you have two brains, the fact that its galaxy has a black hole and it leads to a white hole, the fact that our sun, like most suns, have a binary, and why they talked about double ganger and hollow earth, because into the out of. I can prove, for example, that the Earth's flat if I presume that space is curved. That solution closes a bunch of doors and does not allow realities that I currently have access to with spaceships and being able to move around in a universe that isn't flatland and Lilliputian.
So
it has to do with the way you choose to see how the universe works. And you have choices.
Okay.
If you do it this way, then that's what's available. And if you do it that way,
okay,
now you have different possibilities.
Because, like you said, so it's the way that we perceive, because if I heard you correctly, the Earth, you said you can prove the Earth is flat.
Well, you can prove it, but you have to make an assumption that space is curved. If space is curved, I can prove the Earth's flat. But that solution isn't going to allow me to have a concept of propulsion with momentum shooting a rocket off into space.
Okay. So how would that? I mean, how would that work? Because I had a call to have flat earthers.
Your definitions and assume truths.
Okay.
And they're arbitrary. Let me say this about the so-called many-body problem, where Nibiru throws a bunch of billiard balls down on a billiard table, and they're all going every which way. Now, the physicist is saying, I cannot write an equation of motion. It's impossible. It's too complex. It's correct. And so what you do is you invent a simpler space. We'll call it Hilbert space, where the problem is very simply solved, and then you do it into approximations back into what you call the real world. But the real world isn't really real, is it? That's kind of like a woodchuck that couldn't chuck wood. Doesn't work like that.
Woodchuck.
Most people lose the sight that physics is just another religion. It is the one that controls the world today. Let there be light. Physicists reach over and went click, and it's good. But I don't know of any law in physics that's lasted longer than 20 years. It doesn't have the answers. Where the answers lie are in your imagination. And you can make it anything you want once you understand the rules of engagement. And so there's protocol. And that's why the Aborigines and Hopi call it magic. Magic is an advanced form of physics with a mystery school. A woman driving an automobile does not really understand how an internal engine doesn't think about, she might understand, doesn't think about how the internal engine combustion is working. She just simply knows that if she does certain rituals, like turn the key in a clockwise direction, that it will have certain behavior. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's called cybernetic anthropology. And for those nerds of you that would like to explore that further, that's Laughlin, D'Aquili, and McManus in Brain, Symbol, and Human Experience. And that's called cybernetic anthropology. And back in the 70s, they formed up the Church of the Virus, where they proved that an idea is a virus. It's viral. That's why we say it goes viral. And you can find more on that at Lucifer.com. Now, isn't that interesting? And here it is, man. Information is not what we think it is, any more than space-time. That's a quantum universe. Everything that you do in a quantum universe is based on space and time. And the thing is, in a holographic system, which allows different kinds of solutions that a quantum universe will not, is based on information and the resolution of the information. That means that you have the physical plane, and above that would be the emotional plane, how you feel about the physical plane. And that's how your higher self and your future and other things talk to you, is in the feelings. And there are 6 more planes or neurotransmitters above that, going for what we call intellectual plane, where you make a distinction between a chair and a couch. They both do the same thing, except the couch is different than a chair. And so you have subgroupings, and that, in the way you're grouping it, is called algorithms. And a quantum computation algorithm system is able to access universes you cannot. And that's what makes it superior. I remember this one science fiction thing I read when I was 14 years old. They built this big computer colossus, the Foreman Project. And they turned it on and they said, "Is there a God?" And the computer said, "There is now."
Yeah.
That's what we're up against today.
Yes, correct. Oh, without a doubt. I think decision-making is no longer made at the human level. It's all bits and bytes.
Well, there's something more going on. And counterintelligence, here, that's an interesting field. That is lying by omission. That means you're not telling a lie.
Yeah.
But you don't do the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm not going to tell you the rest of the story. That's right.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
And I think President Clinton, defined that when he said, well, it depends what is. It's
really. There you go, man. He's a rapist. And I can tell you that the last debate that they just did was as bad a disgrace as the first one.
Yeah.
And the vice presidents, this is nuts.
Yeah, I'm not impressed.
The fourth estate has to do with Nuremberg and the war crimes, and it's time to call a grand jury. Yeah. And that's why the United States is most likely going to go into revolt. The bad news is everything, Oath Keepers, militia, have all been infiltrated.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. I know that. And I got to get, that's why I got to get that interview out with Bob Fletcher, because he's on the inside. He knows, and he flat out said he actually created the Missouri. He was the founder of, or one of the lead founders of the Missouri militia, and he flat out said that it's infiltrated. I mean, he knows what.
Okay, the Burns, Oregon. I'm right over here in the free state of Jefferson. Here I am, and Burns, Oregon was about the Clinton Foundation giving a Class 1 uranium mine to Russia, and they did a body count as a distraction for plausible deniability.
Correct.
Gets better. It's worse. Actually, mostly what China is doing, BLM is the primary culprit out here on the West Coast. They're giving away all our timber. The Chinese literally own 50% of most of the cities in Oregon. Now, they're logging. The log thing has to do with natural resources, and we have forgotten what our single most important natural resource is. It is the diversity in our children.
Yeah. Well, I mean, without a doubt. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, you don't borrow money, or you don't lend someone money without having collateral. And I mean, that's just business 101.
Money is a theatrical prop. It's not real. What's real is labor when you do something.
Yeah.
That's why there is no gross national product. Originally, when I was a boy, there were two ways you could buy something. It was either cheapest or Best Buy. Best Buy included things like Snap-on and Craftsman. Mm-hmm. Today, there's no more Best Buy, because American agriculture used to be the best buy there was. Per dollar spent, you got more bang for your buck than any other country, and that's all changed.
Yeah.
And how did Trump put it? And I hate to quote him, but it's a good one. He said, Detroit used to make our automobiles, and you couldn't drink the water in Mexico. Today, it's the opposite. Yeah. You can't drink the water in Detroit, and they make all the cars in Mexico.
Correct. No, I mean, it's like I said, and I'll get in trouble and I'll get blasted for this from certain people, but I don't care. I mean, I flat out said the only thing we export in this country anymore is war. That's all we do. I actually, and I want to share this with you, and I also want to share this with the audience. I've been, Dr. Miller, when you were last on the show, I've been trying to project, to go out into the future and project and stuff. I had a disturbing dream actually over the weekend. I was listening to Jim Mars and Art Bell.
Ah, Jim is a really cool person.
Yeah, I was listening to him, Jim Mars and Art Bell, and I had him on my earphones as I was sleeping, and I went into like a dream where Linda Moulton Howe, I want to get this on the record, but I also want to get your opinion. Linda Moulton Howe was giving testimony to Congress, and she was talking about her conversations with von Braun, the rocket scientist, and saying how he felt that our technology, the fact that they took his rockets and stuff and turned it into war machines, and if we would have taken that same knowledge and that same industrial drive that we had to produce war machines, that we would have maglev trains, and we would solve famine, and everybody would be fulfilled in their goal in life, or to live, and how the world and basically how the military industrial complex has ruined all that for us. And it was this.
Well, that's why Eisenhower said that.
Yeah.
Beware of the military complex. However, it's not the military; it's the cells and small groups within these bureaucracies. Yeah. I've actually seen bullets traded at the Pentagon. I'm talking about, little cells that have special powers with no accountability.
Yeah. Well, you actually said, I think last time you were on the show, you said that when you say traded, they're not sitting in a room saying, here's my 45, here's a 40.
No,
they're actually shooting. They're actually shooting at each other.
I mean, there's them, there's the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's the way it is. What do you think? The Pentagon was hit by an airplane? No. They took a cruise missile to eliminate a bunch of incriminating evidence as a blind dodge on what was happening in 9/11.
Yep.
And 9/11 was a false flag because they had to have a body count to get that terrorism bill through Congress.
Yeah.
And the problem was they had the chief, the police chief in New York City talking about his fallen brethren, and he was pissed because it was demolition. And the weird part is, when you watch on Building 7, that stainless, that steel girder that's 617 feet tall, as it's falling in free fall, it's dissolving into vapor. When you watch, and how do you do that? Well, it isn't spent jet fuel, and certainly C4 and thermite won't do that.
Yeah.
The only thing in nature that will do that is a plasma. And I wrote how that weapon works. It's a brand new weapon that is being deployed everywhere as a tactical nuke. It's called a fullerene neutron fusion bomb. And the thing is that there's your divergence of the good, the bad, and the ugly, because when you take a buckyball and you put exclusion zone water inside that, you now have a super antioxidant that will remove radioactive material from the body. However, if you instead put an isotope deuterium inside it, they're approximately the same size. What happens next is you have a neutron fullerene fusion bomb that they are dropping in Yemen and Gaza and other places. You put that as a nanofiber in an aircraft, and you nuke it with a Lockheed teleportation laser, and now you have no forensics.
No.
And that's how it works. And they were practicing, and while the Mossad knew about it, I don't think they were involved, but I can tell you, Clintons knew about it.
Well, no, they knew about it because the Mossad was, they have I remember Loose Change or wherever, where they recorded the Mossad agents had their video. They had video cameras trained on they were already there
building, documenting it. The thing is, we will never, like Sandy Hook, never really know what happened.
Yeah.
How many people, raise your hands, think Sandy Hook actually happened? After FEMA came out and said it was an exercise, and the school had already been closed for 2 years, that the people that were going in and out of that building were the same people walking in circles. It was filmed and proven.
Yeah. Well,
but how many people still believe it happened?
Well, I don't know. I don't know
what part.
I don't know what to believe. I'm just going to be honest with you, because I've heard the fact that and it's going to be one of those things we will never really have resolution, and that's what they call plausible deniability. Well,
enough that they won't dig further. Whatever happened to the Washington Post and those guys that did Watergate?
Yeah.
What happened to our media?
Well, I guess my question for like Sandy Hook, since you threw it out there, I mean, these kids, there were kids, well, what were being, like I said, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, and I don't know the families, and I don't know who got bought out, and if these kids actually existed that were supposedly murdered. I don't know.
Well, we don't know, and guess what? I'll bet that's one of the things you never know. Now, let's go back to time travel and talk about how that relates to that. Here's the point about time travel. As you move forward in time, the more you grok, that place, not learn, the more you feel like you've learned something, 4 more questions arise. That's what the future, and what future means in memory and time and information. When you go forward in time, for everything that you know, you end up knowing less because you have more questions.
Well,
imagine going through death means. It's like waking up, or now you're going backward. And that same thing. The only thing different is that instead of becoming a child, you become childlike because you are a cavitation, and your richness of the experience of back and forth. It's like that drop of water that hits the pool and it pops back up, and then it pops back up again.
Sure. Dr. Miller, we have a break, and when we get back, I do have some more questions I want to ask you about Sandy Hook. I also want to talk about the Mandela effect, because I think this probably goes hand in hand. But we are talking with our good friend, Dr. Richard Allen Miller. Wow. Did Sandy Hook actually happen? I don't know. Because I don't believe anything this government tells me, or these individuals, I should say, tell me. I don't know. I don't know, and that's sad. But when we get back, we're going to talk about the Mandela effect with our good friend Dr. Miller.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. State Radio Network.
Yes, it is, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. You can join us live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. For all those midnight listeners out there, we got the new site set up. Take a look at that. You're going to find that it looks just like the old site. If you go to midnightlistener.com or midnightlisteners.com, that's fine. Each one will take you to the right spot. But the thing that's going to be a little bit different is if you notice in the upper left-hand corner, you're going to see a login bar. You can either register or you can log in. When you log in, you can connect with other fellow Midnight listeners. You can create groups, pages, things of that nature on topics we won't censor. The only thing that we do ask is no pornography. Don't want to look at it. I have no desire to look at that. And, there's plenty of sites out there that you can do that with. Not mine. We'd like to keep it to the show topics. Political, New World Order, spiritual, UFOs, things like that. But no censorship. As long as you adhere to the one rule that I have, no pornography. We will all get along fine. And also for those that are joining us in the chat room is on YouTube. We have YouTube chat. Now we are going to integrate all the chat rooms together. We're going to have the Facebook, the comment section, and the YouTube chat all together under the Midnight Listener banner. So that way, all of them, we can be one big happy family. That's the other advantage of joining that. The third advantage of joining the Midnight Listeners and going to that page is that when we do interviews that are pre-recorded because of security and concerns like that, you can listen to them first before they even hit the air. We will publish them there first for all of our Midnight listeners. So yeah. And we did one this weekend with Mr. Bob Fletcher. That was, wow. Iran-Contra whistleblower, Bob Fletcher. That was a great show. Had to take some precautions, didn't let anybody know, and actually recorded it from a burner cell phone. So they couldn't stop us there. But enough of that. Let's get back to our very special guest that we have waiting in the wings. So graciously, Dr. Richard Allen Miller. Dr. Miller, thank you for joining us again and carrying on in this conversation in the night. One of the things I wanted to ask you, we've been kicking around on the show for the last week or so, this whole concept of the Mandela effect. And I think that but I know that you have been alluding to this. I mean, I don't, whatever term you want to give it. But it's this two timelines that are intermixing with each other. Like for us, I had Manu Itarami on with his roommate, and Manu's from Star Trek. He's an actor, was in the Star Trek Renegade series and different Star Trek series. But he was talking about, he remembers the JFK in the John F. Kennedy, the car only had 4 people in it. And now when you look at pictures, it has 6. I remember Oscar Mayer, and now it's Oscar Mayer. I remember a HBO series called Sex in the City, and now it's Sex and the City. And I know in my mind, I know for a fact what I remember to be truthful. And now, I guess in this proposed reality, but that might go back to what you were saying, is the further we get away from it, the less we actually know.
Well, yeah, maybe like Smokey the Bear.
Yeah.
And Boo, with
Yeah.
There it is. Hollywood, if she could. And let me tell you, that's what they make the magic wand in for the 1%ers. That's why all the money is there, because that's where mind control is at its finest.
Okay.
Working with modern myths.
And that was one of my questions was, is this actually a Mandela effect or an alternative universe colliding with ours? Or is this just an example of how good they perfected the ability to control us? that they can make us doubt ourselves.
How would be the correct response would be, yes. That's exactly right. And how you felt when I said it, that's the set and setting part of Leary. Yes.
Yes.
We're in a soup of imagination, and I control the vertical, and I control the horizontal. And there we are.
Yeah, see, it almost makes me want to just journal my whole life.
Well, that's exactly why Stephen Kaplan Williams wrote his Jungian Senoid Dream Manual. Absolutely, journaling is a tool used in magic because it is a snapshot of different cavitation moments. And now, when you interconnect them, you have a continuity like collecting your lifetime in scrapbooks. Yeah. I have 18 5-drawer file cabinets, deep drawered. Imagine my life and how it's going to unwind shortly.
Wow.
At the time, I was doing military, deep in anesthesiology, and Jerry Pollack was the guy that hired me in 1970 when 30,000 scientists hit the street in one day. Yeah. They had a sign at the end of Seattle, the last person, please turn out the lights. And Jerry Pollack reached out and hired me. I didn't work for Jerry. I worked under him as my lead. Jerry did not have the security clearances, and around the corner in anesthesiology on 4th floor was special boys from Brazil. And that's where it all happened back in the 70s. And nobody had a clue what it was really about because Navy SEALs didn't exist then.
Yeah.
Now, they take on a modern myth like Smokey and the Bear. Oh, that's Smokey and the Bandit. Sorry. See how I just did a little sleight of hand there?
Yeah.
And Smokey the Bear. It's done with smoking mirrors. And the concepts of Tavistock and neurolinguistic programming is such that the U.S. public is ignorant, ill-informed, and complacent.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I watch Mark Dice go on the streets and he asks people, he'll ask people, kind of crazy questions and about, Louis Armstrong or whatever. And
I got one for you, like in the last presidential election last night when the guy stepped up and he said, can each of you say something nice about the other?
Yeah.
And that was the highlight of that interview.
He's a hero. I mean, I was watching the pressers today, and he was the internet sensation.
Because why? Because he had the guts to try to bring honor. Listen, our president is supposed to represent our most scholarly and morally correct. And I think that there's an issue here about the difference between morals and ethics.
Oh, absolutely.
That we need to deal with. Ethics, I remember in NCIS when Ducky Mallard, what is his name? Corey Eakin, with Agent of Uncle. And they asked him, what's the difference between an ethical man and a moral man? And Ducky Mallard said, an ethical man knows not to cheat on his wife. A moral man won't.
Yeah.
Can you imagine either of these candidates negotiating with North Korea?
Oh,
they're all criminals, including North America.
It scares me.
North Korea, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're all criminals. Everything in politics, there is a 13th Amendment that everybody seems to have forgotten about, where a politician is not allowed to be a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
How's that work?
Yeah. And they all are. They're all in the
Well, there it is. Because politics has nothing to do with truth.
Yeah, and we're fine. And it's so sad because we did the concept of our.
Especially since you're in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So Moda wrote an interpretation of Aleister Crowley's from Brazilian Lodge, all of that, and he and back cover of his book, he said that there's 3 ways of being in this world. There's the vulgar, the adept, and the exempt. And the vulgar get audited, and the adept gets money back from the government, and the exempt has a 501c3. They don't pay taxes. I remember when I was a jock, and I was afraid of messing around with cheerleaders for fear I'd get someone pregnant. I couldn't go to college because I was really a nerd. Yeah. Now, that meant I had access to that universe without having to participate. And when I went to do graduate work back east, I was given carte blanche at the Marion Cricket Club because I was a tennis pro. And then I got to play at the DuPont Country Club and the Wilmington Country Club in tennis because of my skill. Yeah. That's why when I came out of graduate school, I had to armor up and become a Hermetic Kabbalist. I got attacked. Harvard with Skull and Bones, Bohemian Grove, all the rest of them came at me like some poor high school kid going to college and getting rushed. It was creepy because every single bureaucracy out there has an occult element within it, watch, that is unaccountable. Yep. And some of them that are practicing these rituals do not know goat turds from pork and beans. When I watch a bunch of engineers trying to do ghost dance on the platform of CERN, I have to laugh because it ain't going to work like that. Yeah. However, it is working because look at what they're doing to our skies, the air we're breathing now. Remember, we talked about water. Yep. We talked about food. How does food work? Well, Monsanto just sold out to Bayer, a bunch of Nazis, for $387 billion, and they inherited 90% of the world's food production and the largest private army in the world.
Yeah, and I want to talk, there were 2 things I want to talk about, but I also want to make sure that we get, on this go-around, Dr. Miller, that we get our some of our listeners' questions. And we have questions that are coming in through the chat room.
My pleasure.
So let me ask John. John wants to know, he wants to ask you if you are familiar with any of the atomical effects and the geographical effects, as well as the change of our location in the galaxy, and what is his take on them in reference to the Mandela effect? So
he's equating the 25,000-year cycle of the Earth around the galaxy, around our star and so on, every 25,000 years. There are cycles in everything, or rhythm, and or harmonics, if you will. And my guess is, and I don't know, that it's all related to resonant cavity oscillators, just like mycorrhizae in the soil, which is a hierarchy of communication systems from one subset of molds to yeast, going to mycelium, talking to small thrip and nematode talking to the root and the ion exchange. There is something more going on here than we understand. And what we call Turing and then concept of consciousness as it relates to these resonant cavities and timelines has to do with, I think there's something else going on here, and we're misobserving the data based on our limited belief systems.
Okay. There you go,
and
John.
I don't know. Timelines aside, I've read some serious arguments that time does not have timelines, but in a qubit form, there are universes that exist that are not accessible to man. And that's what a supercomputer is doing as a possible silicone-based life form.
Okay.
And so that's why scientists today are saying we're in a matrix and we're just a computer simulation, because from that definition point of view, that is correct. In information theory, there's a theorem that says if you have enough information to ask a coherent question, you have enough information to answer it. The question structure contains the information already. That's what information is.
Yeah. Well, I've always said in my computer science, when I taught graduate level computer science classes, I've always told my students that if you can think it, if you can put it on the board, then we can write the software. But you first have to conceptually, you have to think.
And the different algorithms like facial recognition and some of the other voice stress analyzers that they have now, other kinds of things. You can buy for less than $200 a lie detector that sits and listens to the audio.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So, to tell whether or not somebody's lying. And, I think that would be a really good one to put on alternative media and watch how that works.
Yeah.
As someone bleeds to death on TV.
Well, I mean,
because,
my whole thing is that, you talk about alternative. Like anything else, you have I look at what they're not saying more than what they are saying. And that tells me
that's counterintelligence and lying by omission, where you're leaving certain things out. That is what I did for the military. I was a reader, like 3 Days of the Condor. I'd be watching a series of studies going on and a couple of Russian journals, and then the studies had stopped.
Yeah. So John, he actually elaborated a little bit. He said, actually, we've apparently moved 80,000 light years from the arm of Sagittarius to the Orion spur, and are on the other side of the galactic center. So for Mandela, he's actually saying that our universe, all right, from the Mandela effect, we originally were at the arm of Sagittarius, and now all of a sudden we're sitting at the arm of Orion, or the Orion spur.
Yeah, that's that David Bowie song and Major Tom. And I've been out there that many light years from home. And I can tell you that is exactly what is happening. We are, the Earth does not circle the sun. We're both falling toward each other.
Uh-huh.
And if you look at that physics from that point of view, that's a different form of curved space. And now we have such phenomena as gravity, electromagnetic radiation like light and heat, and the related of microwaves and all of it. None of it's true. Quantum universe is limited because of Heisenberg and the uncertainty principle of the more you know about one thing, the less you know about something else. If you go into a holographic system where you're dealing with information and the resolution of it, now you have what Roger Penrose's book was, The Geometric Universe, where we're talking about that quark gluon plasma again. And isn't it interesting? I have a technical paper I've written. It's in third review now at Cornell. And it's basically on adenosine triphosphate, has a cold fusion process in the physical body. If you look at the molecule of ATP, it is, in fact, a pinch effect creating a quark gluon plasma, which would suggest that we are recreating universes inside our body and brain at every moment. And guess what? There are foods that you can eat to enhance that, called polysaccharides, found in pharmaceutical mushrooms. That's why the Power Tools book I wrote on Navy SEALs was why I fed them polysaccharides, because they could win gold medals and be able to perform beyond normal and be legal. That's how the Chinese won all those gold medals at the Olympics, eating pharmaceutical mushrooms. Cancers are disturbed, are removed as a byproduct because cancers cannot exist in an oxygen-rich environment. You can't get enough oxygen in your body, and if some of the foods you're eating contain polysaccharides or oxygen sources, now you can, I don't know, be a sharp knife in the drawer.
And we are definitely going to get to the alternative agriculture, because I promised my guests that we would get into that. But
I'm a polymath. I write in a number of fields.
I know you do.
Because it's about survival.
Yes.
And by the way, I've said this before, but it's important to say now, the single most important tool in your toolbox, your go bag, is not your Swiss Army knife. It's your attitude.
Agreed.
That is going to be what saves you, not your water or food or your automatic weapon. The zombies are going to go for your drugs and your weapons first. You know, there's ways that you can be armed and dangerous. What's that? Retired and red. Yeah, that's what we need. A bunch of retirement homes, gated communities with kibbutzim, armed and dangerous. Yeah. Imagine a bunch of old farts being upset.
I'm going to hang out with you guys. But I did want to move back. I mean, there was two things that you said, and I think it's very important because we talked about it before on this show, but I want to hear it from you because you're the expert. You're in this. Tavistock Institute.
Tavistock. Mind control at its very finest.
Yeah.
We'll call it neurolinguistic programming. And wait, there's more. You can tell that every single person has had some kind of trauma before memory. That's why you're stuck here in this consciousness place. And we're all damaged, and we have no awareness of it. And Tavistock aside, the way you associate with that and correctly heal the wounded child, that's a good way to call it, is to do what is called regression, where you take your adult consciousness back to the child and you introduce it to the child to show the child that the adult actually turned out okay. And then what happens next is called reframing it, where once you had a problem, alcohol, whatever, you can now use that as a tool rather than a limitation. And that is what part of each of your purposes is here today, is to discover what actually happened before. Usually, like one of the usual ones, Steve Gaskins, The Farm, wrote Spiritual in My Midwifery, where basically the first thing that happened to me when I came out of the womb is somebody whacked me hard and then took me away from my mother to fingerprint me. And imagine the trauma difference I suffered from that event alone compared to a dog and the puppies in a litter. Yeah. Now that is right out of the gate why everyone here is neurotic to some point. And what you need to do is containerize it, reframe it, and now, you know, anger, for example. There's nothing wrong with anger. I can wash a floor better than any other emotion when I'm angry.
Yeah.
And so it has a purpose. I can clean something better than if I were just bored.
Yeah.
Okay, once you understand the limitations of these things, now they are no longer limitations. They're tools.
Well, see, and I think that, you know, like you said, is that the Tavistock Institute realized this and they understand. I had Dr. Mary Wingo on here, and she's a researcher in stress. And she talks about how they induce stress, or you can induce stress.
That's all it's about, is the fear and control of the masses by fear. And Castaneda named those four enemies of man.
Yeah.
He said it was fear, and once you overcame fear, you attained a degree of personal power, and power in itself became corrupting.
Yeah.
And once you started to see more clearly, clarity of thinking you know became an enemy. And of course, the fourth enemy is the one I currently enjoy: old age. Too old to do anything about it.
Yeah.
You have to laugh, because it's to keep it in is to miss the big picture. And what you're trying to do is integrate. And the concepts of distinguishing between intent and purpose. Well, if you're doing your true purpose, none shall say nay. That's how one of the first gifts that's given to you is that you're in complete harmony with everything and everyone around you. That means that if you were supposed to do that interview, it would have been done smoothly, and you have it. Do you have it? If you have it, you have, to some part, achieved part of your purpose. If you put somebody else uptight at you, usually you're no big deal. It's just some pimple-faced kid that is like a dog that can lick its genitals. Why would it do it? Because it can. The kids out there just trying to hack. And that's Ukraine and India. But there's terrorism on all levels. And that's the level of integrating the fear into the power part. And remember, I said something, I don't know if everybody, the cavitation is the difference between fear and faith. It's exactly the same thing.
Wow. So that's actually a great point for a break. And we're going to come back. And then I have a question. I want to talk about bear. For a lot of people that don't understand the relationship of bear and how they fit into this evil scheme that is afoot with us, with our very special guest, Dr. Richard Allen Miller. It's always entertaining. It's always fun. I have to tell you, I'm entertained. I love Dr. Miller. I'm a big fan, and I hope you are too. So hang in there. We're going to get back, and we're going to talk to him about bear, and then we're going to get into some other esoteric and alternative agricultural topics.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. Join us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Wow. I am getting reports out there, guys, that you on Facebook have been disconnected. Apparently, I find it amazing that we get copyright claims on our show that we own and the music that we own. And they are all from companies in South Korea. Go figure. So I do want to apologize to all of those that are on. We'll try to get the refeed back up for you on YouTube Live here in a few minutes. But like always, if you're listening to the show, the best way to listen to us is at Spreaker. We don't have any issues. Never had a complaint about Spreaker. That's the audio. If you want to listen to us on YouTube, yeah, it does cut out here and there on YouTube as well. But they seem to be pretty stable for the most part. But if you want to listen to the show completely unabated, the best bet to do that is to listen to us on Spreaker, or you can download our new app at www.themidnightocean.com for you Midnight Listener, for the Midnight Listener group. Once you register there, we are working with a company that will actually broadcast. It's outside of YouTube and it's outside of Facebook, so there is no corporate shenanigans going on there. It's a raw feed that we will provide to our members there as well. And I do apologize for that, but we do the best that we can do, right? And without haste, I want to bring back our very special guest, Dr. Richard Allen Miller, commonly known as Dr. Ram and stuff. So Dr. Miller, they are messing with us.
I know. And Facebook has been extremely slow today for me. Yeah. And I think it's hackers, but I don't know. It takes me a full minute and a half to load Facebook just for me to put a single post on it. And If anybody's interested, go to docram.com. That'll be my Facebook, lead you to all my bookstores and things like that. And I have a connect with my website and Twitter, so it's all interconnected. Yeah. I can tell you they're monitoring everything very, very carefully. And now, the internet now no longer it's now owned by large corporations outside the United States. Watch how that's going to play shortly.
Well,
or discrimination.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that, especially with the DNS servers and all that.
But, your YouTube, all of it.
Yeah,
it's going to go down the toilet. Yep. I
use YouTube provides, they give us as a, they give you copy-free music that you can use. Plus, I've purchased music. The authors, the creators, the composers, we've purchased music from them that they created specifically for us. And YouTube, we don't have a problem. I'm not going to complain about YouTube, but Facebook, it goes without saying, every night that we do a show and it's Facebook Live, they say, "Oh, your broadcast has been terminated because of copyright violation." And it's like, no, we own the music. How can we copyright music how can we be? And what it is that when we start talking about a subject that is confrontational, because I said right before we went to the break, we were going to be talking about Bear, and I want to ask you about that evil empire. And so you can explain, I want your what's going on for our audience to hear this from you.
With Russia?
Well, with Bayer Pharmaceuticals, the fact that
Bayer
Monsanto.
Well, yeah, we're screwed. About eating, that you grow 40% of what you choose to eat. At least you grew it, and or your neighbor did.
Yeah.
This just-in-time delivery coming from countries I can't even pronounce, with strawberries that don't rot.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Yeah. Well, I will tell you, the scary part is that Sandy, we had Hurricane Matthew that came through Florida. Yeah. We're on the west coast of Florida, the west coast. So we were on the Gulf side. She was saying that she couldn't get bread, milk, or anything, even in our stores here. So
that's panic. That's a normal thing. I'm, by the way, going to be in Pensacola on December 1st.
Oh, we'll have to come and see
at the RK, Randy Curley, the RK Gun and Prepper Show. And I think it would be very cool if you could somehow bring your gear and do interviews with Matt Stein and I, and Stormin Norman Cantwell, the real Dalton from Roadhouse, some of the other people that will be participating. We just came back from one in Kansas City, and I can tell you that just this week, I have completed the Encyclopedia of Alternative Agriculture in 9 volumes. If you had it in print form, it's probably more than 7 inches thick.
Yeah, no.
And, of Encyclopedia of Alternative Agriculture, how to grow different things. And Florida has, you have sapimento berry. That's more important than cranberries or hawthorn berry for the urinary tract. And there's a liquid carbon dioxide extraction facility down there. You're all good to go for trade with Hamburg. And the pods and flowers and some of the tropical spices that you could be growing in Florida I had some really cool experiences working with Dr. Mack in Homestead. And we had an alien abduction with Bramwell's and Liz Kuttner. That was, she was an abductee. It was happening right then when I was at her place in Homestead. A group of us that had come in after we had visited Dolphins Plus down in Key Largo. And Dolphins Plus is possibly one of the coolest things that ever happened in dolphin rehab studies, where they're finding now that dolphins that have been hurt and children that are damaged psychologically and emotionally, when put together in a tank, heal each other remarkably beyond anything we've ever imagined.
Oh, yeah.
There's a synergy thing that happens.
Yeah.
Some of the things you're doing in Florida, I think it's very cool.
Yeah, no, it is amazing. And this is kind of like, I don't want to say the culture. I am seeing more and more alternative grocery stores showing up. I'm seeing more healthy living. But
in Florida, you can't collect your rainwater, and in some places, it's illegal to grow a garden in your backyard.
Exactly.
It's ugly.
Yeah, that's a zoning where we live, and that's what I love about where we live is that you can do that. Now, one of the things we're considered in a nature's coast, so we can actually do that, and we can collect our rainwater. But you are correct; it's illegal. Well, that's an EPA law, though. That's not an EPA. That's a
what falls on the state of Oregon belongs to the state of Oregon.
That's right.
God,
you can't divert. Yeah. Well, I guess under some law that was passed, they consider that diverting water. And you can't.
That is exactly correct. And putting cement down is also diverting the water, and yet that seemingly is okay.
Yeah. Well, of course, they can do it. Are you kidding me?
Well, that's the problem that I have with them and us. Yeah. I'm not sure who they are, because it's not city zoning, but downtown, our city council and city hall is corrupt, just like it is in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Nick Begich is one of my personal friends, very close friend. His younger brother, Mark, was junior senator from the state of Alaska, and Mark chose not to run again because of the creepiness in Washington, D.C. Everything there is like L. Ron Hubbard in Battlefield Earth. It's called leverage, and they blackmail, and they have things on each other, and that's how it all works out in the wash.
Yeah.
It's creepy.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton is a rapist. I can only guess what Hillary is, a criminal. And I think that Russia, that's a different bear. The one that Edgar Casey says will probably save the democracy. Now, Bayer Aspirin in Germany is a bunch of Nazis.
Well,
they just bought Monsanto. And I remember when I first came, went to graduate school and worked for old man DuPont, Monsanto was a weapons company under him, and he reported to Rockefeller.
Yeah.
I was at the Experimental Research Station in Wilmington. I worked there. I saw it. And they were making Agent Orange, Paraquat, and 2,4-D. And then, now they have weaponized a bunch of their wheat modification things to activate bacteria in your gut. And that paper is called The New Directions in Mind Control, that I'd be glad to give you for people who want to read and that download from Nexus Magazine. Speaking of Nexus, by the way, Nexus Magazine is planning to have the first American conference this next year in Colorado, co-sponsored with Gaia. And if that happens, that is a wonderful, wonderful situation. I will be coming out with the Non-Local Mind book at that time, and I hope to puncture everything in terms of the possibilities that we, it's Kucinich and others that say that the U.S. is going to fragment into provinces, just like Canada. That's how it's going to go. And Florida, I wouldn't live in Florida if anything because of the way you guys are going. Most of it is retirement. It's not. I know. I love Florida. It's beautiful. But and the Midwest, the structure of issues against the federal government has to do with corn subsidies, whereas out here in Oregon and Washington, California, it's about marijuana, and legalization is not legal. I wished that it was medical marijuana, where you have a doctor that is allowed to write as many prescriptions as he wants. In other words, it's accessible without having to make it, recreational.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of torn between the two, but who am I to ask a doctor? I don't have a medical background. I know the benefits of marijuana, medical marijuana. The problem is, I guess my concern with medical marijuana is that they dispense it for everything. I mean, here in Florida,
they'll stop the research then. That will be the first thing that happens.
Yeah.
They will no longer care about the medical benefits of cannabinoids.
Yeah.
It'll work like that. And hemp, gosh, that's how you make tarps and sailcloth instead of this polyethylene plastic that breaks down.
Yeah. No, I'm a firm believer. Like I said, my concern is I can walk into these pain men. I can walk in and get any opioid that I want. I can.
Exactly.
And the problem with marijuana is I see that being the same. I see people smoking marijuana or going to doctors and saying, "Oh, my back hurts," or I'm not eating well. And they prescribe, and I think there's an overabuse. And that's what concerns me, because I don't care what people say. I smoked marijuana when I was younger, and it makes me dumb, just like alcohol makes me stupid as well. And I'm torn. I'm just being honest. I'm torn between the whole medical marijuana thing. We don't need to be dumbed down anymore in this country. We need to be enlightened.
I can tell you that it is the only thing that's kept me sane. I'm a functioning savant. I actually drool, I hum, and I rock a lot. That's why I'm so animated. And just smoking small amounts of marijuana makes me normal.
Okay, then that's good.
I can't eat it. I get sick.
Yeah.
I have friends that have OPD, other serious problems, and it benefits them.
Okay.
And it's not the same as taking methamphetamine or cocaine.
I know that. I mean, it's
Well, then why is it in the same classification or in some states?
That's because of we all know that was all because of Nixon and that's a federal classification. It's a scheduled drug, which is bunk. I believe, it has everything to do with, I'm sorry, it has everything to do with the government. The federal government hasn't figured out how to make money off of it yet.
Well, that's the whole deal. That's why it's been recreational here in Oregon, because it's about the incomes that the state is receiving as a result of it.
Yeah.
And what I'd really like to see is hemp being grown for rope, sailcloth, and clothing. What makes hemp so important is that Chuck Walters of Acres USA, before he died, co-authored a book with me called Hemp as a Virgin White Paper. Yeah. It's better and produces better than poplar, which is what they use now, where they compass the top 15 feet of the tree every year for biomass. And I'm here to tell you that hemp has this, it's not, you can't get his smoking rope, but it's got such a long fiber structure to it. It's essentially indestructible as tent material. Yeah. And when you make it as canvas, I use that to cover my 280Z in a tarp-like covering because I can't afford aluminum, and it will last me 15 to 20 years, where even the aluminum is going to wear out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you, I've got a hemp pullover that I purchased years ago while I was in Boston, and it's still fine. I mean, it's still,
it doesn't wear out. That's what makes the hemp so valuable as one of the possibly one of the top 6 plants in natural use, like wheat and oats.
Well, I know it's a great biofuel too. I mean, they've proven
that because biomass yields. I have written even a book on that one using comfrey. But I'm gonna, comfrey is a biomass over Jerusalem artichokes or hemp. Yes, there are certain sugars and alcohols in the hemp that will make a good biofuel. I think David Bloom has written about that in his works. Yeah. The thing is that the medical part is an unknown and is only just now coming out with research. And when they make it recreational, all the research stops. Yeah. And so there's no incentive. It's all about revenues. And so who cares? Yeah. Like cigarettes and alcohol.
Yeah. Like I said, I'll be the first one to tell you, I have probably unfounded fears of marijuana, and that's why I'm not.
Reefer madness. There it is, man.
Reefer madness.
I love it. I'm going to hiss and drool.
But I'm just being honest. Corner, I'm just being honest. I mean, I'm just showing, I need to educate myself. And maybe what we need to do is we will find a marijuana hemp expert and we will get them on the show, because there is so many questions I have about that revolving around that. But, I don't care if you put me up against a bear. I mean, I would rather.
I'm concerned about the German Bayer Corporation.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Here we are we're worried about hemp and we're worried about marijuana, but yet we're allowing Monsanto to basically control our food supply. We're putting fluoride in our food and our water. We're using pesticides that if you got on your skin would eat you alive. We just had an expert on the show last week that talked about tar balls in the Gulf, and what they're finding is that they contain the flesh-eating virus. What happens is the bile spray that they put into that's supposedly supposed to eat the oil is now eating people's legs off and limbs off. And
that's creepy. And that's very creepy.
Yeah, they're finding
and
that.
The fact is, I saw one study where they're now finding it in things like Tampax.
Yeah.
That goes up against a woman's body. Yeah. And there's nothing in that Tampax that should have anything to do with Roundup. And yet, there it is. It's in everything.
Yeah. Yeah. No, And so we're going to argue. So once again, I think here's what left hand's doing. But whatever you do, don't look at the right hand, because that's the one that's going to kill.
Okay. So I went to the Magic Castle in Hollywood, and the owner came up to me and he said, "Oh, I see you have a button on your lapel. Is that a Magic Lodge?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Well, it's different than my Magic Lodge. What's the difference?" And I said that his Magic Lodge was sleight of hand and mine is sleight of mind. Now, when you can control your mind to be directing, and you're mindful of the thoughts you choose to entertain, it doesn't matter then about mind control. You have a choice. If that thought came from your neurotic father and that's where you learned how to be abusive, or you had some person doing synthetic telepathy trying to manipulate you and or try to suck, or you are just plain crazy, you still have the right to banish it. That's why all the saints stress the importance of training the mind, meditation.
Yeah.
Once you can do that, something else happens where the mind now is a tool rather than a little spoiled brat that runs all over the place creating these creepy realities.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
There was a question one of the things we were talking about water wells and it slipped by. Clovis wanted to ask, have you heard, we were talking about how water rights. So apparently in Colorado, they're putting meters on people's private wells. See, where I live, I can't have a well. Yeah, I can't have a well.
How can they do that?
Yeah, I don't know. But Clovis is saying...
That doesn't sound right because, mining rights alone, you still own the water. That's Ramparian. And I can't... Why?
Yeah,
they want to see how much water is being used?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or are they going to try to tax it?
Yeah, I can tell you where I live, I live in the Nature's Coast. They have a city ordinance that I can't have a well as long as there is city water. And
city water is going to be what does you in.
It's horrible.
Because that municipality is not forming the code. They always are making mistakes, and they never disclose when they have they never do that.
Here you go. Here's a great example. Sandy and I just had a pool built in the back. It was a small, modest pool, nothing big, enough for two people. It's more like a spa, right? So we had the pool built. We filled it with city water. We have a company here called Pitch a Penny, which will do water. They're a pool company. So you take your water to them, and then they analyze it and they tell you what chemicals you need to put in your pool, to make it safe. They were like, we took the water, and they were like, did you get this well water out of the well? And it was like, no, this come out of the city. And they said, you can't swim in this. And it was like, what do you mean?
If you can't swim in it, why are they giving it to you as drinking water?
We were like, what do you mean you can't swim in it? And they're
you
like,
may have a legal class action.
Well, they were like, no, you can't.
Detroit right now.
Yeah, they were like,
all the water in the Midwest is already now being shown to be high levels of lead and toxic.
Yeah, they didn't tell us, but they were like, no, you can't swim in this water right now. And it's like, well, wait a minute, it's the same water we take a shower in. What's the difference? And it's just fresh. It come right out of the thing, and we immediately filled the pool up.
That's one of the reasons I don't live inside a city limit. Yeah. And that I do have my own well.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing with Florida. Well, then that was the next question. I said, well, I'll just dig a well because we're at water table here at 27 feet. And they're like, can't get a permit. It's like, why can't I get a permit to dig a well? I mean, because we have a good piece of land and I want to water.
Yeah. So that you're a little more independent.
Well, they
sovereign.
said, they told us, they said, no, well, we're on a septic system. And they said because we're offered city water that they won't give us a permit for a well.
Now watch what happens next when China comes in and tries to take over the utilities like they're doing in Canada.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at what happens when you got companies out of Michigan. They're pumping, you got...
and I bet they're fracking where you are, aren't they? So it's messing with your groundwater anyway.
They were supposed to, and they blocked it, but now the Congress, and that's a big fight right now. That's one of our state representatives now.
Read it and weep. Yeah.
Well, I don't think...
Well, there's a book you could read called We Are the Earthquake Generation.
Yeah.
And see what they have to say about Florida.
I'm a firm believer. I think the nice thing, and I hate to say this because I don't wish ill will on anybody, but I think what happened in Oklahoma and the fact that they suspended it there, that's going to help our argument here in Florida is the fact
I hope so.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, I hope so because right now the East Coast is contaminated with radioactivity because of the leaking nuclear power plant there. It's as bad as Indian Point, and nobody's reporting it.
Well, we have an issue here with we have the big sinkhole that was created and dropped. You know what? I'm just going to blow through this break. I don't need it. Dr. Ram, do you need to take a break?
No, I'm good, and I've got to go to bed. It's 2 hours for me.
Okay, so we'll end on this, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if you heard this. In the state of Florida, there was a phosphate mine that apparently had we have the sinkholes here. So a sinkhole opened and it dropped, I don't know how many tons of uranium enriched soil into the aquifer.
I remember reading about that. That's creepy.
Yeah. And so, that's gonna destroy. You got lead, you got all the arsenic and lead. The good news is where we built this is what's crazy. Where we built our house used to be a phosphate mine here as well, but they filled it in. So the good news is there's two things. Number one, the EPA, there's a class action lawsuit. So our ground is safe because they basically took 4 feet of soil and moved it and then redid it. And then on top of that, because they mined it here, the sinkholes, we don't have to worry about sinkholes here because it's already been, the ground has been set such a way. So we were like, knock on wood, but yeah, we had the EPA here.
So you need to figure out when you'd like to have me back. Feel free.
Yeah. So Dr. Ram, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for joining us. I will reach out to you because this event that you guys are going to be at, I will definitely be there. I'd
be happy, and I can introduce you to everybody so that you have access to some of the other things. They'll have things there like a 3D printer doing AK-47s. Yeah. They'll have demos. They'll have people like me speaking, and it's usually like $4, and it's just like acres of everything.
I'll come, and the reason why, too, is I've got about 180 to 190 AR-15 lowers.
You set up your own booth there.
I am. One of the things I do have is I am an FFL dealer, so I set that up years ago.
Oh man! So it'll be a pleasure to meet you in person.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's December 1st. You can go online to RK Prepper Shows, and that'll take you to the Pensacola one that Matt Stein and I are going to be at.
Okay. RK Prepper. I will definitely.
That's for Randy Curley. They put them on all over the country, and Matt and I do the urban survival skill workshop. So
sure, I will make sure. I will make sure I'm there, and we'll definitely do a show live from the pavilion.
To have actual darshan where we can meet each other physically.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Well, you take care of yourself.
To you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. And I'll be in touch. I'll definitely be in touch. So there you go, everybody.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. I know.
Good night.
Good night. Dr. Richard Alamil. I wish we could talk longer, but we understand 2 hours. That's a pretty long time. And, he is so gracious. He'll definitely be back on the show, and I enjoy having him, and it's just so fun. I learned so much. You know what's crazy about, not crazy, what's awesome about our guests and stuff. I learn, and I hope you are learning so much. So much. And from our guests, and Dr. Ram is one of those who is just not only is he fun, but he is definitely knowledgeable and everything. So what I want to do is we're going to take a very quick break here. I'll take let's say take about a 6-minute break. Let me get the music queued up. We will then after the break, we'll come back and we'll take your calls. It'll be open lines. So we'll take your calls, and whatever you guys want to talk about, we will be open for that. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show at podcast. Join us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Just hang in there with us. Let me get everything queued up. We blew through our last break, so what that does is it kind of messes up our clock. So what I have to do is let this run its course, and then we will kick it on over to the break, and then we'll be back in about 6 minutes.
the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me here live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. What a show. What a show. Should probably not kick that all the way down. Talk. Well, as you guys can see, if you'd like to give me a call, we have open lines tonight. After we got done talking with the ever so interesting Dr. Richard Allen Miller, Dr. Ram, as he's commonly known. But if you'd like to give me a shout on Skype, give me a shout at TMO Listener here on Skype, or you can give us a call at 352-388-3900. That's 352-388-3900. It is open lines, so feel free to call me about anything that you want to talk about tonight. But what a show. I just love Dr. Ram. And I hope you guys enjoy him as well. Grasshopper, as he calls me. That's my nickname, Grasshopper. Here at the Midnight Ocean. He is, like I said, so fun. So fun. For those that are listening to us on Facebook, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Make sure you go out and share. Now, I will tell you, Facebook is messing with us. Apparently, they're saying that music that we own, we don't own, but we do own. We run a legitimate operation here at the Midnight Ocean. But this is your time to ask any questions that you may have. If you have an open topic that you want to talk about, feel free to give me a call. As we roll on into the evening, I do want to tell you guys about a new feature that we have added. It's called Midnight Listener. It's midnightlistener.com and midnightlisteners.com. When you go out to that page, you're going to find that it's just like the Midnight Ocean website, but that is a page that's been set up directly for you, the listener. What that allows, we're going to move that off of social media. We're starting to see now, as we gain popularity, we're starting to see more and more pushback from social media sites, Facebook, YouTube, those sites. And we want to make sure that we will always have a way of communicating with you. So what we've done is we've created this other site called Midnight Listener or midnightlisteners.com, either or. We'll take you to the same site. What that is that you'll see in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see a login page. You can log into that page, and then you will actually see features. You'll see text messaging features. You will see all sorts of different features that we've added. You will actually be able to friend, just like in Facebook, be able to friend other Midnight listeners as your friends. You'll be able to create group pages and things of that nature. And so that is wide open. It's kind of a social media site for our listeners, the way for us to communicate. Now, why is that important? Well, number one, as I said earlier, it's important because it removes us from some of those social media sites out there, because the day is coming. We've already had them shoot one across our bow by saying that I can't post to any group that I belong to. Yeah, I'm no longer allowed to post to groups that I belong to about my show, about this show. And, they have banned us from doing that. It's only a matter of time, right? As you guys know, who are in the business know, YouTube and Facebook, they want your money, but they don't want your opinion if it's counter to theirs. And I think we've been pretty neutral in our assessment of world politics, except the fact that we expose them. So Midnight Listener, Midnight Listeners allows you to do that. Now, the other thing that we've done is that we will be we're doing more private interviews. We did one over the weekend with Bob Fletcher, For those that don't know, Bob Fletcher is the Iran-Contra whistleblower. And we did an exclusive interview with him. And on top of that, he also talked about his relationship with Congressman Sonny Bono. You remember Sonny and Cher? Some of you guys do, some of you guys don't. Well, Sonny Bono was a very well-liked congressman, very matter-of-fact congressman, a congressman that couldn't be bought and couldn't be sold. And Bob was in the process of him and Senator Bono's organization were in the process of dropping another bomb on the American people, i.e. governments in the drug trade. You know, it's amazing how the government never really learns. Well, they learn. They just cover it up with the Iran-Contra. Well, they were back at their own games. And he was uncovering that. And so we have an exclusive interview with him on the show. Now, if you're a midnight listener, those types of broadcasts that happen outside of our normal broadcast, you will have direct access to. We're going to get that loaded up there for you. We didn't tell anybody this because for security reasons, we had to take some unique precautions to protect ourselves, to protect the interview and things like that. So what we will do is that if you become a midnight listener, we will then have those available for you. I'll get those uploaded to you like within the day or so. And you'll have access to those types of interviews ahead of time. The other advantage of being a midnight listener is that it allows you to also have direct access to me. We are no longer sharing the SMS text message system with normal people. I don't want to say normal people, with people that just come into the show. We want to give that as a special, hey, thank you. You can always talk to me directly. And what's really cool about that service, and that service is provided by Live Ninja. Live Ninja gives us that. That actually comes directly to my cell phone. So it's just like you texting my personal cell phone, which is really cool because then I can respond to you guys. And I try to respond, during normal hours, to any message that I get through that system. So when you join that, when you join the listeners, all you have to do is register. There is no fee. We're not charging for that. But if you go out to listeners, midnightlistener.com or midnightlisteners.com and you register, you'll see that you'll have the SMS stuff there. And then, of course, we're going to have an integrated chat, which actually is pretty cool because all of the chat rooms, the Facebook, the Spreaker, all of those chat rooms will be all in one spot. The other benefit of being a midnight listener, and there's more and it's growing, is that we're going to be producing a weekly newsletter that will go out every Saturday. So you'll get it Sunday. What's cool about that is it will have articles about past stories that we've done, guests, and it will have future for the next coming week. So you'll get that as well. And we're not going to spam you or anything. We're just going to post it there and you'll have that. The last, and I think the coolest benefit of this is that you will have, as a listener, the ability to send a message directly to any one of our guests. That's right. All of our guests, as you guys can see, are, very open. They want to hear from you, but we got to curtail it or we got to contain it. And so what we've done is that you will actually have the ability to send a message, an email. Now, we're not going to give you the guest emails. But what you do is that you'll see it. It will show up and we'll talk about it when it's ready. But you can type in your message, select the guest that you want your message to go to, and it will actually email them directly. And then last but not least, we're also setting up a forum. So each show will have a forum that you guys can talk about, and then you can have a general forum about topics. So what we're going to do is each show will have its own forum, and then each topic, and we'll have a forum there as well. So that's the things that we're doing there at midnightlisteners.com and midnightlistener.com. So it's cool. It's cool. And yeah, John, to answer your question, it's a bear to get all three of those chat rooms talking together. The biggest problem that we're having is communicating and having it so that if you're on Facebook, I can post back to Facebook. If you're on and separating the chats, because these people, you got to remember, not these people, but our listeners are coming in from either YouTube or whatever. So you don't want the YouTube to bleed over or the Facebook to bleed over to YouTube and vice versa. So when we respond, having it actually go to the appropriate channel, be it Facebook, YouTube, or Spreaker. So yeah, but it's going to be cool. It's some of the cool things. Like I said, we just got the site set up today, and go ahead and get out there, kick its tires and everything. I look forward to hearing what you guys have to say. But like I said, it's not, the only difference that you're going to see from this site and our original site, the Midnight Ocean, is the fact that you have the login in the upper left-hand corner or the register button in the upper left-hand corner. And so that is really cool. So, and I see Joe Sullivan out there. Joe, I haven't logged in. Joe, if you want to join us on YouTube, that would be great. I haven't, I got the Spreaker up for you guys to know. And this is why we need to do this, because I got like 4 things going on. Different chat rooms. So Joe Sullivan is out there in the Spreaker, and he's saying, is anybody here? Hello? Hello? Yeah, we're not trying to keep people out on an island, Joe. But, so we'll have that all integrated here soon enough. We'll get there eventually. The other thing, I forgot to tell you guys this. The other thing about the listeners, we're going to have giveaways, and we're going to do things that it's only for listeners, Midnight listeners, something special for you guys. And as promised, you're also going to have a dedicated call-in number that you guys can call in on. We're not charging anything for this service. So it's just a way of parsing out those who are dedicated listeners versus people that are drive-bys, right? Hopefully everybody becomes a dedicated listener, but we have a lot of drive-bys, and we need to kind of weed those out. The other thing too is I will tell you that there will be discounts for books and things of that nature. One of the other things that we will not provide on our other site, that like Dr. Ram tonight talked about an article that he wrote, things like that, research documents and all that. That's going to go all on the Midnight Listener page, or on the listeners. Yeah, the Midnight Listener page. It's not going to go out to the general public. So the Midnight Ocean is the general public page. Midnight Listeners is a private page for you guys. I hope I make that clear to everybody. What an evening. If you guys want to, give me a call at 352-388-3900. Operators are standing by. I'd love to hear from you guys out there. That's area code 352-388-3900. Or you can Skype us at TMO Listener. TMO Listener is our Skype. And if you haven't done so already and you're listening to us on a mobile device, make sure that you get out there and you download the listener, the iPhone application or the Android app, whatever you're doing. What's cool about that is an application. It has all of our shows from the beginning of time that we started doing this, and also our live show right there at the app. So you can, if you have iPhone, if you have Android, either one will work. And that way you will be alerted and you can listen to us live from that. I do see, I did want to tell people thank you for those that are new to us from YouTube. Thank you for your support. Thank you for joining. We're up to 196. We're going to break maybe 200 in the next day or so. Wow. Who would ever think? Who would ever think? But more importantly, I just want to say also what's really cool is our numbers. The amount of views that we have on our videos is just incredible. No, the app does not have the integrated chat room. God. We felt that it would be too much to put on there, but if you hit the info on the button, it would go there, and then you can. And the other thing that we were talking about is adding the SMS so you can text messages. But you can always text message. But yeah, that text message is going to go directly to me. It's not going to go out to the chat room. But maybe we'll do something cool though. Maybe we'll just create a link for TMO chat, and it will just chat to us. We might be able to. I'll get with our developers and see what we can do there. But, so it is open lines. Anything you guys want to talk about, and I mean anything. I'd love to hear from you guys. It's 352-388-3900. That's 352-388-3900. Or if you're on Skype, TMO listener on Skype. We would love to hear from you, our listener. But I know there's someone out there who wants to say something. Talk about the debates. We can talk about weather manipulation, the Hurricane Matthew. We can talk about the invasion of our civil liberties by our government. We can talk about ghosts. Yep. We can talk about ghosts. We can talk about things that go bump in the night. It is all up to you. Caller joining us on the call-in line. Just say your first name and where you're calling from.
Debbie, Seattle.
Hey, Debbie in Seattle. How are you?
I'm good.
I am so glad. Make sure you, Debbie, turn down the
I did.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, because I can hear it in the thing. So how are you doing over there? Have you seen them? Have you seen your little ships tonight in the sky?
Well, it's been raining here. It's been really cloudy, and they don't seem to like the rain like that. I don't know.
For those, let me give some people that are listening for the first time some background. So for those that don't know, Debbie is a frequent listener and now a caller. And we're going to be working with her. I've talked to some professional camera people out there, and we're working with them to get on the show and, or to get them out there to do a video of you. You've been seeing some strange objects. I do want to let the person know that's calling from area code 607. Hang in there. And then once we get done with Debbie, we will answer your call. But, so Debbie, so they're not out there. You haven't seen them of late.
No, it's really heavy clouded and raining really bad. They don't usually come out like that unless it's just cloudy or clear. Sure. I guess there's nothing to see to patrol.
Yeah. There's nothing to watch. Yeah, they can't look in anybody's windows while they're asleep. So
either that or they're above the cloud line,
Yeah. So let me do this, Debbie. We got another caller on the line. Are you just giving us a status and update? Well, they just dropped off.
I'm just giving you a break. You needed somebody to talk to.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. You know what's funny is we got to get, and that's one of the things that we are going to be doing over the Christmas holidays. I got to get a board that has like 8 phone lines, Skype lines into it, so that way we can answer them all, put people on hold. Right now, we're only dealing with one, and it's aggravating, but it is what it is. You got to work with what you get, right? You got to get running, or you got to get walking before you can run. But I appreciate it. You can
be like one of those old time telephone operators.
That's right. That's right. So I just want to let the person that's calling from area code 607, please go ahead and call back. I'll answer your call. this time. So,
yeah, I'll shut up and let him talk.
No, that's fine. And like I said, I just, like I said, if we had the other board, I can answer that one, put them on hold, or we can talk. They can be listening, and then I can go and get them in there. Yeah, I feel bad because it's like, hey, can you guys call in? And then people all the phones start ringing, and I can only take one call. Next
time we'll keep it sweet and short.
That is it. I but like I said, I'm gonna be reaching out to you because I haven't heard back from the film crew, but we are definitely going to be sending a film crew to your area.
It's going to be great because I'm really interested to find out what all this crap is.
Yeah, no, I'm curious. I mean, it's incredible. The fact that it's consistent like that is just
and it's so futuristic looking. I mean, this thing ain't got no wheels. Okay, it looks like it just glides through the air.
Yeah, and it was weird because I was out on the internet and I was looking at different drones, but the size of it, there's just no way that it's a drone. But I think I found a drone. I'm going to send you a picture in email because I think I found a drone that kind of represents it. So, all right, Deb. Well, I'll get that to you, but the other caller's calling in, so we'll answer this one.
I'll let you know what I think of it.
All right. Take care of yourself. Bye now. Thanks for calling. So, caller, welcome to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show. Please say your first name and where you're calling from.
This is John, Jeff.
Hey, John. How are you doing, buddy?
Well, I kind of have partially lost my voice, and I'm a bit tired. But no, it's okay. It's okay. I'm really not sure what we're going to end up talking about, but I'm calling from upstate New York, Oneonta.
Yeah, well,
about 3.5 hours. It's about 3.5 hours northwest of New York City.
Yeah. So welcome.
Yeah.
Wow. What'd you think about Dr. Ram?
I really love that. I wish I'd known ahead of time. I think something that's going to really help the listeners and probably really help your viewership is if you start posting the schedule on your videos as you post videos. We do. If you go, I just need to get it on the website. That's
it's already on the website.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just need to get on the website. My heart's been kind of crazy. So, I just need to get on the website then. Yeah, because I wish I had come in earlier, but honestly, I pretty much go out of my way to listen to every Doc Ram I can watch. Yeah. And I have since last year. I mean, I've certainly watched, I'd say, over half of the Doc Ram things that are available on YouTube for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I definitely appreciated it because, I always appreciate him. He's just amazing.
Yeah.
But I definitely appreciate it because there was new ground covered. A lot of times with Dr. Ram, with his circular thinking, and with the trouble people have remaining keeping focused, he ends up covering the same ground on many different talk shows. I feel there was a lot of new ground that was covered.
Oh.
And I love some of those insights he shared.
Yeah.
Like when you asked him about the Mandela effect, and there were certainly some other things that I've heard him briefly touch upon on other shows that I think would have been interesting to cover. Actually, this will be something interesting to briefly talk about. Not that I can talk about for very long, but are you familiar with chemiluminescence? In particular, chemiluminescence fusion.
No, explain.
Okay, so dolphins, when they're playing with each other, they, with their nose, I think it has to do with their nose and not the air coming out of their, somehow with the way they move their nose, it creates a cavitation in the water.
Okay.
It actually creates fusion. There's actually fusion happening in the water from the cavitation eddies that they create. It's absolutely fascinating. I think you'd really find it interesting.
So are they, well, I mean, obviously they're not doing physically with their nose. Is it because of the sound waves, the waves that they're doing that they, because they have that?
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. Because of the vibration they're creating with their noses, it actually creates fusion. And this has actually been proven in a scientific study.
Yeah.
And this also corresponds to someone, I'm forgetting his name at the moment. Perhaps if I multitask while I'm on the phone with you, I can...
oh, don't worry. I'm doing it. I'm doing it as you're talking to me, so go ahead.
Yeah, there's a scientist that I've seen talk about him creating someone with luminescence fusion in the lab as well. And I was just trying to remember his name, but names are certainly a weak point for me.
So there's David J. Flanagan and Kenneth S. Solslick.
Yeah, I haven't studied them so much. I think they're more of the scientific end. I think this guy I'm thinking of is more the inventor end.
Sure.
Of the thing. But it's absolutely fascinating.
Is this the guy that actually creates where he actually runs the 2-stroke engine?
No, and there's a number of those people, and there's some of the people I want to try and help you get on the show as well. So So this is So what it is all right. So they put an ultrasonic transducer in a tank of photographic development fluid to hope to speed up the development process. Instead, they noticed tiny dots on the film after developing and realizing the bubbles in the fluid were emitting light when the ultrasound turned on. So yeah. So that's pretty cool. So if you could create fusion with that little energy input, because an ultrasound transducer, where an ultrasound transducer is used commonly in people's homes, is in humidifiers.
Well, the way that they do it is Dr. Peter Jarman of Imperial College of London proposed the most reliable theory of SL phenomena. The collapsing bubble generates an imploding shock wave that compresses and heats the gas at the center of the bubble to extremely high temperature.
That's exactly what I think's going on. And the person I'm trying to figure out the name of, I'll get it to you at some point if I can't tonight. That person, that's what he believes as well. And I totally believe. I've put.
Oh no! This is. It's not a matter of do you believe it. They replicate it.
Okay.
They do it here in the lab, and they actually have the formula. It's called the Rayleigh-Pleasant equation.
That's right. I've forgotten that.
Yep.
So the reason why this is so fascinating to me, it's absolutely fascinating. Anyway, you're creating water, you're creating light out of water.
Yeah.
Now. The reason why, of course, this is absolutely fascinating as well is because with very little energy input, you're getting fusion, which can be quite a bit of energy output.
Well, you'd have to measure. Obviously, you're going to have to measure what does it take to generate that sound wave.
Mm-hmm.
Or what does it take to generate that the total amount of energy, and
but like ultrasonic transducers. If you start looking at them, like if you were research online about buying an ultrasonic transducer, they generally don't pull that much power.
No, they're saying that these things these bubbles can generate at least 20,000 Kelvin as far temperature wise, and as far as high up as 100,000 Kelvin.
Yeah, isn't that insane? Like many times.
Speculate speculates temperatures could reach into the millions of kelvins. Temperatures this high could cause thermonuclear fission.
Yeah. Now, this might be a link for us to get back to cold fusion. Because when you really start studying Pons and Fleischmann or whatever, the people in the late 80s that made national headlines, It really shows that their research was most likely covered up, and that they probably did create it, but it takes very stringent, a very stringent setting that's hard to reproduce repeatedly to get to that point. I think that's what's going on with that.
No, I think they have it here. I'm reading the papers on it. And it seems like. The problem is that it's only about 35 to a few hundred picoseconds.
Yeah.
So it's 1 to 10 milliwatt. So it's not. I don't know.
It's not sustained at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's prominent. It's cool. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about it.
I would love to at some point hear what Doc Graham has to say about that. Because, I mean, he is just so smart and he's so knowledgeable on such a wide variety of topics. He's just one of the most amazing men I've ever heard.
Well, you heard him say that he has 27 deep file cabinets full of nothing but research.
Yeah.
My thing is that I'm afraid that unfortunately he's going to become another Nikola Tesla. That when I don't wish this upon Dr. Ram at all. Don't take this the wrong way. But when he passes, I think there's going to be certain guys in black suits showing up, taking his research with him.
I think there's already, with the background he has, and this is what I hope. I truly hope. With the background that he has and the fact that he still knows people in the military, I think there's enough people in the military that respect him that I hope somehow his research would be protected.
Well, they'll still take his stuff. I mean,
yeah,
obviously.
that's true. If they really want to, they will.
Yeah, they're just walk in and take it. I mean, that's what they did. There's guys in the military, I'm sure, that I respected Nikola Tesla. But the minute he died, they showed up. I mean, look at Hoover. The minute Hoover died, they showed up. Nixon sent his goons over, and the first thing they did was raid his office and took all the filing cabinets. The FBI director. So
not only was he the FBI director, but he was an FBI director that bent the rules.
He was the guy that created. Well, I mean, Hoover in essence created the FBI. He was the man, and the minute he died, they were standing right there at the door to take all his stuff out. So yeah.
And I think it could be pretty easily argued that Hoover was in many ways more powerful than the president who worked on.
Oh, absolutely. It's not the guy that has the secrets. It's the guy that knows the secrets.
Yeah, knows how to manipulate things with the secret.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a very firm believer in that. I did want to get to Sheila. Sheila in the chat room says, very interesting that you use the word cavitation. Doc Graham talks of that in reference to structured water. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, and structured water is a big thing. I have a friend that thinks that the structure of the water, Jeff, he's someone that really no one knows about, just someone that Aaron is on Facebook.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say his name because I'm sure at this point. He's of Polish descent. And the one thing about him would be he can be very hard to follow because his English isn't the best. But perhaps his wife's English is better and she could help or something like that. But he actually thinks he wants to do two things. He wants to, and he's working on this, he wants to create a source of virtually limitless energy, much like Tesla wanted to do. Because if there's free energy available to the masses, it solves so many of the world's problems.
Well, that's the thing, is that a lot of people don't understand that Tesla actually had the tower. Now, granted, he went to the Chase and got the funding, but he didn't tell Chase what he was doing. Now, once Chase found out what he's doing, he stopped the funding. It wasn't the fact that it
was Westinghouse that had the Wardenclyffe Tower destroyed.
No, it was the funding. No, it was Chase, J.P. Morgan Chase.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, he's the one that funded it. And then what happened was that when Chase found out, now of course Tesla didn't tell him what he was doing, but then when he did it, and Chase found out, he didn't do any more funding. And the problem is that in order for these for these towers to work, and they proved that they work because he built one out in the desert. And he took light bulbs and he literally, guys, I want you to envision this. He built this 200 to 300 foot tower, and then he put into the ground, I think it was the same distance into the ground, an iron core.
Under the ground was much more complicated.
Yeah, into the core. And then he went out and put 200 or out. I don't know what the distance was, but he put light bulbs out from this thing, and they lit up for, I think several hundred yards past this device that he did. And unfortunately, all those documents have been taken by the government. And hey, this is something that a lot of people don't know. is that one of Trump's uncles, Donald Trump's uncle, was one of the gentlemen who, when Nikola Tesla died, was the guy that went in there and grabbed his documents.
Oh, I didn't know that. That is fascinating.
A lot of people don't know that, but that is researchable. And if you look it up, it was, and you can probably put it into Googler as well. But Donald Trump's uncle was one of the individuals that was in charge of going and grabbing. His uncle was a brilliant, I guess, is a brilliant thinker. And he was in charge with taking the Tesla documents and trying to translate them into layman's terms. But so that's kind of ironic, the irony there, right?
If you don't mind backpedaling just a little,
sure.
There's something about Wardenclyffe that I think you find very interesting, the Tesla towers.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very impressed that you realized that the copper piping that went into the ground was, had as much metal. It was actually far more than the tower itself.
Yep.
But the thing that most people don't realize is, so he had a station on Long Island. I forgot the town, but on Long Island, Shorthand.
Yep.
He had a tower there, and also had a tower at his main lab in, Colorado Springs. And now this is really fascinating. An Australian documentary, which I put a lot of time into trying to find, apparently covered this. The myth goes that the night he was going to test the tower was the night Tunguska happened.
Yeah.
Now, the backstory to this is also interesting, and this, a lot of research to find this as well. Before Admiral Byrd was actually at the North Pole the night that happened.
Yeah.
And he had told Admiral Byrd in a somewhat public setting in front of other people, and this got documented, that he was going to send Admiral Byrd a message while he was at the North Pole. And this is one of those points where they just think Tesla's off his rocker, or Sony, it was actually Sony, it was Tesla that all did, but, the telegram had just been invented a couple of years ago, and there were certainly no lines that went to the North Pole. And the idea being that Tesla and his assistant climbed onto the tower. Actually, his assistant climbed up the tower at Shoreham.
Yep.
And he climbed the tower at Colorado Springs. And the thinking is that he got the curvature of the Earth wrong, and he was going to send Byrd a light show in the sky, and instead,
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I gotta go.
You gotta run. All right, John.
Oh, no, just because I'm having trouble getting to bed. But, yeah.
All right.
But yeah, I think that's what really happened, because you can actually draw the line, and it hits
Transiska.
So.
Well, yeah. And I know that you have to go take care of yourself. So, but part of that story too is a lot of people don't realize is that Tesla actually thought that he would, well, I don't know. The theory is that some of the thoughts is that Tesla with these towers and these high energy, towers was receiving communication from other dimensions. And with what we know with CERN, what we know with Mandela effect, what we know with cavitational waves, with Dr. Ram and stuff, who's to say that he didn't open up some kind of portal with these? And if you go back to the Montauk Project and all of those things, a lot of people don't realize Tesla was involved with a lot of that research. and him and Einstein worked together. Now they have some classical differences, and so I guess some very well-known discussions with each other during this time. So, but who's to know? One of the goals is I am trying to find a Nikola Tesla expert, not just someone who can talk about him, but I actually want someone who can research, that's done the research, and we have some feelers out there, because this man's knowledge and understanding of the world. And so it's not that he hypothetically was going to do this. He actually built free energy. You gotta realize, and he had transmission. And what happened was JP Morgan Chase came to him, and the reason why they had the falling out is because, and Sheila, you're absolutely right. There was no way that Chase could profit from it. There was no profitability from him because it was free. And so what he did is, because of that, he killed his funding. Basically said, I'm not going to fund you because I can't make money off of it, which is sad. And it goes back to,
it is so sad.
It goes back to the other day, and I want to get this out there. And I've been talking with Laura McDonald about, I was listening to Jim Mars and Art Bell over the weekend as I was going to bed, and I had a dream, or I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But I do want to get it out there so it's on record, where Linda Moulton Howe, of all people, I don't know why it was Linda Moulton Howe, because to be honest with you, I love Linda Moulton Howe. I love her reporting. I think she's a class act. She drives me nuts because she's so monotone as a broadcaster. It's kind of like, but that's her style, and that's okay. That's okay. But that's her style. But it drives me nuts because I'm animated. I mean, I have inflection in my voice, and
I am the same way.
Yeah, and so but I love her reporting. She pulls me into it, right? But it is so monotone. But here I am. I'm dreaming. I'm listening to Art Bell and Jim Mars do their show, talking about UFOs, undisclosure, and all that stuff. And then all of a sudden it flips automatically. It's almost like I thought that maybe that show ran out and I was listening to another show of Linda Moulton Howe. But I can tell you, Linda never met Von Braun, but she is actually giving in this, and I see it and I hear it in my headphones, where she's saying that, to the congressional, to some congressional meeting, a hearing, she was like, I spoke with Von Braun, and the message is basically this, that if we would have taken all of our energy that we used to develop the war machine and we applied it to making the world a better place, we would have maglev transportation. We would have every disease cured. We would have every human being's life would be fulfilled and they would never go without. We would have all of these things, but you have chosen to take the technology that these great scientists and these great men and use them to your war industrial machine. And because you have done that, you have cursed yourself to annihilation. And that was the dream. And I woke up when I heard her say annihilation. I woke up because then I realized, I'm like, wait a minute, what am I listening here? Because I know Linda Moulton Howe, and she never gave that speech. And so then I woke up and I realized it was crazy, because when I woke up, Jim Mars and Art Bell were playing in my ear. And I was like, this is bizarre. And so I called Laura. I didn't call Laura. I emailed Laura and said, look, this is what's going on. So those that don't know, Laura works with hypnoregression and all of this stuff. And
awesome.
Yeah, Laura McDonald. She's kind of like my insert source. And it's crazy that that I had that message. And I think there was a message. And it was basically that, we have squandered the intelligence and the wealth of knowledge that has been given to us to make war instead of solve the world's problems. And now we have basically set ourselves on a path of annihilation. And And I think she's right. I think that's the message that we've all been given. And that's unfortunately the message that, because we choose to make bigger, better bombs instead of bigger, better people. And, unfortunately that's where we're at. And it all goes back to Tesla and his research. He had a way of free energy, basically, where you didn't have, it's like it was free. You put an antenna up and then you can power your whole house from that antenna. And so it's so sad, but we'll learn, right? Maybe the next go around.
And that's why he wanted to make the towers, is because,
they would link.
Then no one knows the wires, so they can't make money off the person that owns the wires.
That's right. They would link. Well, it'd be free, right? All you have to do is put an antenna up. Well, you can do that now, though. If you have enough land, I know Art does it. It's funny. He talks about it. He has a antenna, of what they call a long loop antenna, around his property there in Nevada, and it generates enough energy, electrical energy off that long loop, that if you touched it, it would electrocute you. I mean, they found that with the Dust Bowl, with these barbed wire fences in the Dust Bowl.
I've forgotten that.
People were going up and touching these barbed wire fences, and it was killing them, because the sand going across, the static electricity that was generated from that. It was very well documented. And there's so much that we just don't know. We know, but we don't know. I mean, there are people that know, and that's that whole esoteric fight that we're fighting. That's what we're trying to break here. And maybe I'll get an electrician on the show, electrical engineer, to explain to me how this works. So, good evening, Sentinel. Welcome to the show. But
and Jeff, just so you know, I put a few sentences in there about Tesla knowing the vibrational frequency of the Earth.
I saw that. I saw that.
Okay. I figured you're usually at the top of it. So
yeah, I saw that. And I want to get an expert. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, because I am no Tesla expert. I know enough to make myself sound stupid to someone who is a Tesla expert. So
I have a couple ideas there. We can talk about that.
Yeah, we will. Absolutely. Yeah. We'll get to, and anybody that's on the show, have you signed up to the Midnight Listener yet?
No, I have not. No.
Yeah, get out there and sign up.
Yeah, I will.
Because in that way we can keep in touch, because that's going to be my primary source of contact with all of the guests. Well, with the guests and the listeners, is through that site. We have to. We're getting to the point now that where we're getting so large. I get a lot of drive-bys now, and what we need to do is kind of hone it in and say, all right, the listeners get special access, and those that are just popping in to pop in. Yeah, I mean, we enjoy you because they do become listeners eventually, but we can't. I can't be running around here with my head cut off. I know that would make a great story.
You already stretch yourself. Pretty thin between having a day job and doing this for 4 hours every night.
Every night, that's right. That's right.
Well, 5 nights a week, yeah.
I appreciate that you appreciate that.
I did right away. Yeah. I mean, and actually, I don't think I ever told you, though, the way I found you was because you had Doc Ram on. So it was so neat to find you when you only had like 20 or 30 listeners.
Yeah.
But that was because of Doc Ram, or 20 or 30 subscribers.
Yeah. So. Yeah, we're
Um,
growing. I mean, listen, but you're right. Yeah, we're, how fortunate are we? Think about it. We have Dr. Ram, and we're still very small, and he's been a really good friend of the show. He's been, I can't tell you who he's put me in contact with, and it's on the lines of Tesla. The guy hasn't done a radio show since Art Bell.
And I know a couple people that I think are along those lines too. One of them's very rarely on any show, and the other one has never been on a show.
Yeah.
We just gotta talk, I guess.
Yeah. We'll hook up, man. No worries. Yeah. No worries. But
I'm not.
We're not going anywhere. And if I'm going anywhere,
unless everyone's going somewhere.
Yeah, as I say, if I'm not on the show, then send flowers.
Right.
Because I'm not going anywhere unless I'm in the ground. And at that point, I'll just be watching over you guys from above. But the good news, that's the other thing too, is that we have an interview with Bob Fletcher, which is just incredible. I'm going to get that posted for the midnight listener. We're going to get that posted. He exposes some stuff that's pretty crazy in the sense of, this is the guy that blew the lid off the Iran-Contra. This is the guy that gave the congressional testimony against President Reagan, President Bush. He's got
That's why that name rang a bell.
Yeah, well, because he's deep throat. This is Bob Fletcher. He is, and he has the bona fides. He has the, he has the pedigree. You go on the internet and you don't have anybody say, well, this guy's fake. You don't have that at all with Bob. And so, his story checks out. He's been a star witness and he's got, he knows for a fact, and we talk about this on the show, how Congressman Sonny Bono was murdered. And he's seen, we talk about the autopsy report. We talk about how he's done it all. He's done the research on it. He's got a new DVD coming out about 9/11. And basically, we get into it at the end of the show. But basically, he's like, everything that you just said, hold on to your hat. So he goes, because I'm going to blow you away. This is a guy who, all right, so he was asked how 9/11 was not the mode. This guy looks for financial fraud in the government. And because of the
money.
Because of the $3 trillion that was missing, that Donald Rumsfeld came up and said was missing the day before 9/11 happened, he was tracking down that missing money. That was his job. That's what he was doing, was tracking that missing money. And that led him into the 9/11 discovery and that whole process. And he's coming out with a new DVD that's going to be explaining that. And, of course, he'll be back on the air to talk about it once it releases. But all this, you got to hear.
I can't wait.
If you are not pissed off at this government, when you hear this report, you will be pissed off, because it pissed me off when I had no idea. And I thought I knew what was going on. I had no idea the depths of this government and and he names names. He tells you he's got pictures. He's got names of politicians who have been in the dope smuggling business in Vietnam during the Vietnam War. He's got and he goes through it in this interview that we give, and it's amazing the information we had to. We had to do some dog and pony to do the show, because when I made the mistake when he was originally on the show to announce that he was coming on the show, and we had our phone, and I just kind of went, it's my mistake, right? We were blocked. We couldn't call him from the studio. His number was blocked. I got the the wave off, what they call in telecommunication, the wave off tone, which basically says, can't call this number. So what we did on this go around is we threw out some red herrings through emails and stuff, but we were talking through a back channel. We were kind of communicating through a back channel. And so then I got a disposable, a burner cell phone, and we hooked that up. We did the interview through the cell phone and over the weekend, and no one knew. And then we also did it during the hurricane, because we figured all of our government resources were watching the hurricane. So we have copies of it, and they're out there. Well, this is the crazy, because I did it in video. So I did save a private version of the interview, a private out there on YouTube. We have the audio as well. Well, today I walk into the studio. Sentinel, I know you're in the chat room, but I walk into the studio today. I have an email. And remind you that, like I said, we've been talking through a back channel, not the email that you would think we'd be using, or that he would be using. I come into the office today and I have an email supposedly from Bob, and it's like, hey Jeff, great show. I have a link I want you to listen to. I have some material for you. And it came in on my Outlook, which is weird because I don't use that email system it came in through another email, my Outlook account. And I'm like, whoa. And so I go and I look at the headers and I'm like, this is not from him. I know it's not from him because he wouldn't be communicating to me on this email channel. He'd be communicating to me on a different email that we set up prior to. And so this is not him. No sooner than I did that, because it was done in Outlook, I get a retracted notice from Outlook. Retracting the email.
Wow.
And I'm like, what the heck? Now, I've done that before in Outlook where I've sent an email like pissed off, and you can retract them. You can actually retract them,
But so you didn't ask for that to be retracted.
Yeah.
And it happened on its own.
And it happened, yeah. It was crazy.
Or seemingly on its own. Right?
Yep. It was crazy.
Well, I'll have to tell you what happened to me. And I should probably go through it with you ahead of time off the air. And I was thinking about this earlier when Doc was on because I think you'd find it interesting. When I was on Facebook, like as the Boston bombing was occurring, the marathon bombing, and how people were posting pictures of snipers on the rooftop and then they were disappearing.
Yeah.
But someone had saved a screenshot. So they got reposted and shared and then those disappeared.
Yeah.
And then someone on Facebook mentioned that there was a site honoring the victims. The site was made like 2 or 3 days before it actually happened.
Yeah.
And as soon as that got mentioned, within 20 or 30 minutes of that, the date when the site was created got changed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's manipulation. Look, there's manipulation going on everywhere. That's why we're setting up. Look, and I have people that are listening still that are on Spreaker that don't come into the YouTube and stuff. And I know they're shaking their head. Oh, guys, it happens. All right, let me explain this to you and let me put it in layman terms. When you had the fiasco that happened yesterday in the debate, right? The supposed debate, when you can see two grown adults who are supposed to be the biggest
supposedly
grown adults that are supposed to be running this country, and the antics and that they polled and they are polling, do you not think for a minute that they're going to manipulate and shut down websites? Do you not think when they have their fingers and on the pulse and the buttons that they're not going to shut down? That is what our government has become. And the example of that is look at who are our candidates. The intelligent, ethical, and moral people don't want nothing to do with that government in DC.
No.
Nothing.
No.
And that's why we're left with reality TV and criminal felony. I mean, let's just talk about what it is. And I'm not saying that Donald Trump doesn't have other felony, tax evasion, whatever in his past. It just hasn't come to light yet. But that's what this kind of, so when you see that, and then you hear us on this show and other shows talk about how the government is sending you emails that have known or have back doors into them so they can have access to your system. And that's exactly what I think was in that enclosure. I don't know because I didn't open it. I'm smart enough. I'm smart enough than your average bear boo-boo. And so I didn't open it because I always check headers and see where emails are coming from. And I have other ways of doing verification. I'm not dumb to this. So that the fact that we're also setting up multiple sites, not because, Facebook and YouTube have been great to us. They've allowed us to broadcast our shows. But I know there's a point that Facebook's already messing with us when we do a Facebook live post. Yeah. They're telling us that we have copyright infringement on music that YouTube gave us permission to use. and vice versa. And what I find even more disturbing is all of the copyright infringement notices that I'm getting are coming from South Korea. They're not even American companies. These are companies in South Korea who are blaming it. And I believe, and I'm going to do history on these companies. I know their names because they tell me who they are when they block me on Facebook or make the claim. I believe that these are shell. These are no different than the Israelis were shells, but I think these are probably shells for the U.S. government to block. And so they ban us. Stuff like that. Things like, thank God I haven't had any issue with YouTube yet, but Facebook, I've had a ton of issues already. And we just started. I can't post to a group anymore that I belong to. I can't post to a group that I belong to.
Either this year or last year, I think it might have been Zuckerberg himself publicly announced that from the beginning, part of the reason Facebook came about was deliberately for the government to have easier access to what the population is doing.
Let me give you the history of Facebook. I know this history very well.
Actually, Jeff, before we go there, I wanted to touch on a couple things.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
There was gold in Building 7, right?
Oh, yeah.
On 911.
Yeah.
Do you remember the dollar amount?
Well, the dollar? I don't know the dollar amount. I do know that once it was recovered, they pulled all of the researchers out of there, once it was recovered, the mayor pulled all of the Giuliani and stuff. They pulled all of the people out of the building.
No, the crazy thing is the amount that was recovered was a fraction of what was actually there, because that money had gotten moved the day before, the day that runs, or that morning of. Yeah, I think it was the day before.
See, I don't know that. All I do know is that they went to go get the gold out of the vault. Once they found the gold, their search and rescue of the building ceased and desist. They just said, "All right, we got the gold. Bye." And
I think they found less than 10% of the gold.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't know. I don't know what the count was. I do know that the finance minister that got in trouble for the sex ring and supposedly raping the maid or whatever, he was actually over here. A lot of people don't realize this, but he was actually brought over here, and he was demanding the EU, the IMF. He was demanding because, America set up Fort Knox and said, we want, give us your gold. We're going to keep it all safe. All going to be all great and fine. Well, he was demanding his gold back and for the IMF. And lo and behold, he got nailed with a sex crime that panned out to where he was not guilty. They said it was all set up. It was a setup. But he lost his job. So that basically sent messages that, hey, look, we don't have gold. You can look that one up too. We don't have your gold, and go F yourself. And if you come asking for it again, we're going to trump up other charges. But when they destroyed his credibility, but, he destroyed it because he chose to live an immoral life by hiring a prostitute to begin with. But needless to say, they found his weakness, they exploited it, and they basically told him to go jump off a bridge. So, that's how this government works. And I'm sorry to be political, but this is stuff that does go bump in the night. Most of the things that bump in the night is your government. Oh, that was one thing too. Talk about Fletcher. He actually talked about energy weapons and how he was shot with one, and you got to hear that testimony, and you got to hear crazy interview. I got to get it out there. So what we're going to do is that if you join the Midnight Listener or Midnight Listeners, I'm going to post that on there exclusively for Midnight Listener members only. You don't have to pay. It is free. You just register. I'm going to post that video and that audio up right there first before we release it to the general public. We will do that.
Awesome.
Yeah. And that's what, it's my way of saying, hey, thanks. I'm going to give you guys exclusive content. I mean, this is damning stuff. Go
I'll mirror it for you.
Well, no, you can't. You can't do it.
No, I don't mean. No, I don't. No, I mean, there's a way to link it where people.
Well, they just join. All they have to do is join Midnight Listeners. They don't have to. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not asking for money or anything. Uh-huh. They just join the Midnight Listener, and then they can hear it. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, and I have someone that's never been on the air that's a friend of mine.
Yeah.
That will tie in nicely with some of what Bob Fletcher knew about Cybernetic. Because he interviewed 3 CIA pilots that smuggled cocaine into this country, and they named names too. So
yeah, wait until you gotta listen to Bob
for the government.
You gotta listen to Bob Fletcher. Bob knows them all, and he names them, and he names them in this interview.
Amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
This is one of the Bob has been on InfoWars and some of the other shows, but he come out and said that he actually gave names to people, to individuals that he's never named before on my show.
Wow.
Yeah, well, that's the power, because we had a conversation, right? And so he gave us some exclusivity, and I appreciate that. So
awesome.
Yep.
Awesome.
So that is it. So let's do this. Let me take a 4-minute break. I'm going to get me some good old Tim Hortons coffee. Tim Hortons, the best coffee you'll ever drink. And if you're within 500 miles of a Tim Hortons, I highly recommend that you take a drive up there, get yourself a dark roast and a Danish. Tell them that I sent you. But let's take a, and no, they don't.
We're not endorsed by them either.
That's right. We are not endorsed by them, but not at all. Not at all. So,
in fact, we're not endorsed by anyone.
Nope.
So.
Nope. Not at all. But, we're independent. But I just love their stuff, man. So what I'm going to do is let me take about a 2-minute, I hope, Sentinel. So let me take about a 2 to 3 minute break. I'm going to grab me some dark roast, because I do have some new dark roast. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to break down the CIA Facebook connection. This will, if you don't know this is going to disturb the heck out of you. And I know this history very well. And I'm going to share that with our new listeners. So hang in there give me about 4 minutes to take a break. And when I get back, we will break down the CIA /Facebook connection. And then, John, hey man, thanks for calling in, my friend. Do you want to stay on hold and just hang out there, or do you want to?
Other than getting tongue-tied once in a while just because of lack of sleep, yeah.
That's fine.
Sure, I'd love to.
All right, just say.
But if someone else wants to come on, that would be great too.
Yeah, we'll open up the lines and everything. Yeah. But yeah, I'll just put you on mute, and then I'll be back in 4 minutes, my friend. Hang in there, guys. We'll like I said, we're going to be back. I'm going to take a quick break. Got to take a break. Got to get me some coffee. Here's some Timmy Hortons, the best coffee you'll ever drink. If you're within 500 miles of a Tim Hortons, I highly recommend that you take a trip, get yourself some dark roast and a Danish, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean. It caught me off guard, guys, there for a few minutes. And as promised, right before we went off to the break, we were talking about Facebook. I want to give you guys a little bit of history here. A little bit of history of Facebook and what happened. So if the government came to you and said, give me all of your personal information, the first thing you would say as an American, especially, prior to when Facebook started, would be the big FU. I mean, that's very well known. One of the things that Americans have always prided themselves on was the fact of their privacy, right? That was something that was always near and dear to us. And so what happened, there's a couple ties here. So what happened is back in 2003, there was a project that was being run out of DARPA. And basically this project was Dr. Anita Jones. She was the former director of Defense Research and Engineering for the U.S. Defense Department, DARPA. All right. So she was working with DARPA. So they were working on a project that would build these networks or these meshed networks of individuals, of terrorists, right? Or individuals. They wanted to be able to, well, they ran up against the wall, and it's called this thing called personal privacy, civil liberties. And they couldn't do it. They were very limited. They couldn't build these mesh networks of data. Well, at the same time in Harvard, there was a young man, Mark Zuckerberg, who started up a way, kind of like a MySpace, because MySpace at that time was the most popular social network, but he wanted it to be more inclusive and he didn't like the layout. And plus he wanted it to be open source, and he wrote it. It was all written in PHP, by the way, which I love that language. And I remember when when they were looking for programmers, PHP programmers, I don't know. Wish I would have jumped on that bandwagon, right? Because that was one of the programming languages that I was very well known. And I was introduced to PHP by Richard Lynch. Richard Lynch has now, unfortunately, he's passed away of a brain tumor. But Richard was the PHP guy in America. He actually worked for Zend. Zend Technologies is out of Israel. The founders of Zend are the guys that created PHP. So when here in America, Richard Lynch was the Zend representative. So, in the United States, it goes Richard Lynch and the guys that created PHP in Israel. So you don't get any further up the food chain than that. And I was great friends with Richard. Richard and I were very close friends. He introduced me to PHP. I was an evangelist of it. You had Zuck in 2003 looking for PHP. You know where this is going, right? So here I am, one of the top PHP programmers with Richard Lynch teaching me everything I know. In 2003, you have Zuckerberg looking for PHP programmers to write his Facebook. So there is a relationship here that I've never really discussed. I turned it down. I was like, I hate MySpace. You're building another MySpace. Maybe for my health and well-being and richness, I probably shouldn't have turned it down. Right? That's like Google coming to you, but it was like, I'm not interested. It's another MySpace, and I don't even have. At that time, I didn't even have a MySpace account. I wasn't interested in it. But needless to say, so Zuckerberg, to get the thing off the ground, he needed, it was about a $500,000 capital investment. During that time, I could walk out on any street corner in Chicago or LA or wherever and say, I'm a computer programmer. I have an idea. I need money. And I would have gotten it instantly. I know for a fact because I did. That's how I started my computer companies. And so it wasn't hard. So what happened is that Peter Thull came in and gave Zuck the first $500,000. I didn't need $500,000. And that's nothing to these guys.
Who came in with the first 500?
Yeah, that was Thal, Peter Thal. Peter Thal was the guy that kind of separated, because you had Zuckerberg and his other partner, who actually some would say was the brains behind the deal, behind Facebook. Okay. Yeah. And so what happened is that drove a wedge. Thal basically took 7 to 8% control of the company, but he was business. And there's an old rule in business that you learn. He who has the money makes all the rules. That's the number one lesson in business. He who has the money makes all the rules. So they started out with that. They used that money to basically hire developers, people to work their code and to write the code. It's not a whole lot of money. $500,000 is not a whole lot of money for this type of, because you figure think about it, $500,000, you got developers that go at that time frame. A developer was getting $250,000 a year if you're a good developer, and you were getting stock options. So not only were you getting the stock options, but you were getting, if you weren't, I can tell you, and I'm not bragging or anything, but during that time frame of my life, if you didn't offer me 150 plus stock options, I wouldn't even take your phone call. That's how, I was living downtown Chicago in a high rise overlooking Grant Park. So you can imagine. So I wasn't interested. So 500,000 is nothing. Yeah. You'll chew through that in your first 6 months. So what happened you had Zuckerberg running here. You had $500,000 that Thal gave him. Then you had, what was going on at DARPA. And the problem with that is that DARPA, Dr. Anita Jones, she couldn't build these mesh networks. And so what happened is Peter, well, I don't know the relation, but someone reached out to Anita. Anita left DARPA, right? They left DARPA, and they formed a company. They formed a company with she partnered up. I don't know the other gentleman's name, but he was also a spook. And they ended up forming a company and gave Zuckerberg his $12.5 million. Now, no one knew where, you have a doctor who's working for DARPA. You can pretty much, an academic doctor's making $100,000 to $120,000 a year, right? So where did they come up with, $12.7 million? And the other gentleman's name that she partnered up with, James Breyer, B-R-E-Y-E-R. And so then he actually had relationships. Now, he wasn't partners with In-Q-Tel, but he had relationships with people at In-Q-Tel. In-Q-Tel had a relationship with the CIA. The CIA, obviously, with DARPA, you had the Dr. Anita working at DARPA. You had In-Q-Tel, who had a relationship with the CIA, and then James Berger magically appeared on Facebook's doorsteps with a check for $12.7 million.
Just magically out there.
Just magically appeared. Yeah.
It's amazing how those things happen, isn't it?
So what they found out, and I'll tell you this. So what they did is basically they went through, and there was a huge push. I will let you guys know this. A lot of the research that is done in defense contracting is not done by the government. And the reason being is it's illegal for the government to do certain things, right? It's not illegal for a corporation to do it. And so corporations don't have to, there is no freedom of privacy and all that in a corporation. They don't care. There is no, corporations don't, the Constitution applies to what the federal government can't do. It doesn't have anything to do with what the corporations can do or can't do. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with what government can't do. And that's what it outlines. And so what they did is they realized this whole private This whole UN Agenda 21 deal where they use these words like, and that's what should scare the crap out of you when you listen to Hillary talk about public-private relationships. You know, the whole Clinton Foundation, private, that's UN speak. That's to get private corporations to do the bidding of the government, because the government can't do it, but the private corporations can. And it's just, it's crazy. And that's exactly, so what happens now is they tell you, the government tells you, well, we're only collecting metadata on your phone. And they are. It's a database that they have. It's clearly, I show people, how to find out if you got an iPhone, the government's listening to your iPhone. They're doing that. What is the one thing that you have to provide to Facebook when you sign up with a Facebook account?
Phone number.
So, cell phone. So they can then, so they have Facebook over here. They have their database over there that's getting metadata. When they want to correlate, how do you think they capture these people so quickly now?
Right.
Because what they do is that they'll go to Facebook, which they already have the relationship with. Guys, Facebook's corporate jets sit at an Air Force base. They get refueled, same as Google. They get refueled they actually benefit by the cost. The government buys its jet fuel in bulk. All of these corporations that are working with the government get their jets filled up at the military rate for fuel, not the civilian rate, but the military rate for the fuel.
Which are vastly different. And
their jets are maintained by military. It's vastly. You're looking at jet fuel JPA is, JP 100 is somewhere in the neighborhood of about $3 to $4 a gallon now. And, they're paying like $1 a gallon. I'm just regardless, I'm just telling you, there's a relationship there that's going on. The jets are maintained by the Air Force, the Air Force mechanics, the crew, and everything. They are government, they're shell. Like I said earlier in today's show, I said that we are no different than the Chinese government. You can pretty much, if you are doing business with a Chinese corporation, you're pretty much doing business with the Chinese military. Same here in the United States, in some regard. There are some, my business is not government owned. I'm not sure I wouldn't do it, but that's what's becoming. So there is a correlation with the CIA. Like I said, they'll take the phone number. They'll say, all right, I have this phone number. Who's everybody that's in this friend list? What are their phone numbers? And then what they do, and this is data, they do it within seconds. And they say, phone number, these are the phone numbers, boom, and they tie them all together and they build the network. And they do it freely because people are on there putting their pictures. Right now, the IRS, a lot of Americans don't know this. The IRS is looking at your Facebook account as we speak. And if you say you had an income of $32,000 a year, but you go out and you buy yourself a $40,000 car, you're sitting next to a $40,000 car, they're going to ask you questions. If you really want to drive them nuts, go up to a Bugatti. If you can find a Bugatti somewhere and say, hey, look, my new car. And I promise you, you'll get audited that year for doing it, because they're going to say, well, how the heck did, that's what they're doing. They're looking at your social media pages. They're seeing what trips you go on. They're tapped right into Facebook, because it's okay you're giving that information to Facebook freely without no strings attached. And then they have the right to give it to whoever they want to. And in some cases, it's the government. So I've always said it would be a great radio show if I was an attorney. It would be an awesome radio show podcast. I could do one a day and still have 4 years, but take these licensing agreements that people when you go and, the terms of service agreements, and explain that to people. Read them out loud to people and explain. Yeah. Say, oh, by the way, when you click on this accept, do you accept the terms of this agreement? And you say accept, what you're actually agreeing to, it would shut e-commerce down. Well, for everybody that was intelligent, for the Kim Kardashian watching people out there, no, it would, you know, they would still, oh, I ain't got nothing. I'm not afraid of anything. Okay. I ain't got nothing to hide. Okay. Sure you don't. Sure you don't. You know, it's just, it's just mind-boggling. It's just utterly mind-boggling. But that's why we have multiple sites. That's why we're creating multiple sites to keep the word out there, because I'm finding the more and more that we do these shows, the more and more we're getting noticed. And now that we're getting, you know,
and you're still relatively small.
And we're still small. Yeah, we're nothing compared to what we used to be.
Right.
Nothing.
And it is really amazing that when certain keywords happen, and then all of a sudden you're having technology problems left and right.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you know, look, you guys, I how do I say this? I know how these computers work. And I'm going to say this, I'm going to say this again for everybody that's out there listening. I don't care what you do in your bedroom in your spare time. That's your business. If you are going to look at porn, you're going to get viruses. I'm just telling you, flat out. Those porn sites are inundated with cookies well, not cookies, but they're inundated with JavaScript code and stuff that can manipulate your computer. When you download a porno video and it asks you to install a plugin, or even the plugin's already there, that's a virus. They've just installed a virus. The number,
or one of the really devious things is when it's telling you your software is out of date, and they make it look like an official software.
That's right. Yeah, and that's sophisticated. But I mean, I'm just telling you, the number 80 to 90% of almost all of your government hacks, even the government that got hacked, they were saying, you know, Hillary Clinton's laptop that got hacked because there was a porn link, and she clicked on it. That's documented. I'm not making this up, guys. Go Google it. She clicked on it. And so that infected her computer. Well, antivirus, now wait a minute. Antivirus is going to look for malicious things. If you agree to something, if you agree to install a piece of software on your computer, the antivirus is not going to pick that up. The antivirus is looked for things that are embedded. But if you say, look, I'm gonna install a piece of a JavaScript software that allows them to turn on my microphone and webcam, I don't have to tell you that I'm going to turn on your microphone and webcam. There's no law that says I have to tell you that. It's not illegal. You know, typically when you install software that's going to use your microphone, it will tell you, say, hey, look, we're going to use your microphone and webcam. But there's no law that says they have to tell you that. But that's not your antivirus softwares. No, mine will say, hey, look, this thing wants access to your webcam. Is that what you want to do? I use a high end, but I pay good money for it. I mean, I pay thousands of dollars for my antivirus system that I have. Plus I have that backed up by a Barracuda firewall, which has a service level agreement with Barracuda. Most people can't spend the $10,000 it costs to have these systems, right? You're lucky. Exactly. I mean, most people have $40 antivirus software on there. But like I said, if you're installing it and you're giving the computer the permission to install it, the computer ain't going to know. I mean, it thinks that, okay, you allowed it to do it. And as long as it's not, you know, they look for patterns. They look for things being embedded in the software. That's where you get in trouble. But if I come out and say, look, you download this piece of software and install it on your computer so you can watch your porno movie in high def, and you do it, you just gave them access to that. So 90% of most hacks, civilian hacks, are because of porno. Now, the other 10% is, I can tell you flat out, is exactly what they did to me today. They sent me an email from someone's email account that was on my list. How do they get that email? Well, Google, Gmail, right? We all use Gmail. And that was exactly how it came in, is they pulled a Gmail account that I used, a Gmail email account that I've been, used as my introductory conversation with Bob. But I had another account, a backdoor account that we did our conversation with, our real conversation with. And they used that account. The email comes in. It was funny that it came in on my Outlook account, which is I have another email that's associated with the business that I use for my spam, my honeypot email.
Yep.
It actually came in through my honeypot email. These are all technique, guys, that when you're in the computer business, you learn how to do. That's why computer people don't get hacked that much. So they sent it there, and I'm like, why would he be sending me an email there? So the next thing I do is I don't open it up in my Outlook because it's a VST file. I open it up using a binary code editor, and I look in the header of the file. Now, this is sophisticated stuff. I don't expect everybody. Maybe I ought to do a show on this, but I open it up in the header, and I look at the header, and I'm like, that ain't from him. That's not even, that server's nowhere near him. Why would that come off of a server in the East Coast? And no sooner than I started to, investigate, when I opened it up that way, they probably had a sprite or something in there to say, hey, look, he's opened it up, but he's not really opened it up. He's on to you guys. I get a recall of the email and it's gone. I was so upset. And today was crazy because I had we had the hurricane and then I had some issues. I have a pool that we're working on. There was a lot of things going on. So I really wasn't focused, or I would have made a copy of it, and I just wasn't paying attention. And it's one of those things, you see the UFO, but you don't have the camera with you. Same thing here.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they're going to do it again or try to do it again, and I'll catch them. And I'll publish, but that's exactly, and then of course I get the recall out of Outlook. Yeah, you can't recall email out of Gmail. That's why I was like, what the heck? And then sure enough, I got the recall notice where they pulled the mail back. Whoever sent it was gone. And that's exactly what happened. So they got wind that I was onto them. So I'm waiting for another sophisticated hack. Who knows? I don't open up, email. I don't open up email, attachments. They get dropped to a offsite storage, then they get processed, and then I open up the offsite storage. I open them up through offsite. Even when people send me, I'll just let you know. And that's a technique that everybody should do. Don't ever open up an email on your computer. Get yourself a web disk or a Google Drive, Google Drive. If it's a document or anything like that, drop it to there and then use the Google's document viewer to look at it.
Yeah, great advice.
Yeah, that way it's all web-based. It's never on your computer.
Jeff, I'll tell you another area that actually I think is quite strong for people picking up the viruses at this point, and that's streaming video.
Yeah.
And you'll see more than one play button, and if you literally click on the wrong play button or close the window the wrong way, virus. Instantly.
Yeah, and you'll see these little things that will be sitting there, and for all of a sudden, I've gone to legitimate websites, and I'll get an alert that it wants to open up this .gs file. That means JavaScript file, which is client-side scripting, which basically means I can control your computer. And these are legitimate sites. These are legitimate, like whitehouse.gov and different sites like that. I every once in a while I'll get a pop-up for like I said, I have a pretty robust, and maybe they ought to pay for my show and I'll endorse them. But I have but it's not cheap. You're not going to spend $40 and get the protection that you need. You're going to spend several hundred. And then, like I said, on top,
thousand.
Yeah, and then I have multiple computers too, so each one of those is licensed as well. But then I have what they call a Barracuda fire. I have a real corporate level firewall that scans everything that comes in, and there's guys at Barracuda Networks that's watching my firewall. They tell me, if there's something going on. That's their job.
I forgot how much they had that much oversight and with that involved. That's wonderful.
Yeah, no, Barracuda, that's a service that I'm fortunate enough that I have a business that we're in the business, and I get to write it off in taxes because it's part of my business expense. But yeah, I mean, I pay them. It's a fee. We pay a subscription for the upgrades, but we also pay a maintenance fee and a monitoring fee, which is separate. And it's not cheap. But that's the business that I'm in. It's part of doing business. So
I'll tell you a place that really scared me that I found out had viruses probably 2 years ago.
Where's that?
It was I think it was CNET. It used to be one of the best places to go and get freeware antivirus software and utilities.
Yep, great download site. Used to be.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, I saw them with dialog boxes where if you clicked on the wrong part of the box, you got a virus.
Yeah, they had clickbait. I mean, they're loaded with clickbait. They'll present to you an icon that you think is the actual file, but right underneath it is the real file. And if you install that file, I don't download anything from the internet anymore. I don't. I just don't do it. I mean, what happens is I have virtual machines. And, the level of security that I have here is pretty robust. I mean, as I sit looking to my left, I've got a Dell, computer rack, kind of like what you would find in a data center. And it's loaded with, servers. And, those servers are virtual machines. And I'm sorry, I'm just paranoid. Everything goes to I create virtual machines. It goes to the virtual machine and then I scan it. And then if it checks out, then I move it over to my machine. But it goes onto a virtual machine first. And then I just don't install software. I don't ever install software right off the internet. It always goes to a virtual machine. Actually, my show that we do here is running off of 4 virtual machines. They're not dedicated like by themselves, standalone boxes. Each one is its own virtual machine on the network. So.
Very smart.
Yeah, well, you got to take precautions because when I did my other show, we were getting hacked all the time. So, maybe we need to do a show on that.
And another thing people should know is you can't trust magnetic data, and you got to make backups because the magnetic just within a few years the magnetic field of the hard drive starts changing.
Yep.
You have to back things up basically.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to, and don't subscribe to one of these backup systems because then you're putting you can subscribe to them, but don't put anything out there that's sensitive because
and you got to realize too that they're using the same hard drive technology that you can't trust.
Well, the thing is that a subpoena can be grabbed and then they do it retroactively. So that what happens is they can do what they call a delayed subpoena. And what a delayed subpoena is basically they can get a subpoena, gather all your information for 90 days, and then the company that the subpoena was presented to, then will tell you. But what happens is in that 90-day window, they're gathering everything.
So they've already gathered it all.
Yeah, so you're incriminating yourself more and more. Whereas in a normal, like say if they have a subpoena, they come in here and they take my hard drives out of my machine. They only have to the point in which they took the hard drives out of my machine. They don't have the 90 days after. The other thing too is the government is devious. And I've looked at some cases against people that have been made. If I was an expert witness, I could blow as a computer guy, especially, and I hate to say this, but these child pornography cases that get made against people, I could blow those up in a heartbeat because I can show how that can be put onto a computer and whatever. I'm not saying I'm going to help a child pornographer, but I'm just saying what scares me is what the government can put on your computer after the fact to incriminate you.
Yeah. Or even a third party.
That's right.
Imagine how easy it would be to frame someone by just putting child porn on their computer.
That's right. That's why I don't, look, I'm a guy. If if I want to look at porn, I'm buying a magazine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to go do it. And I'm sorry. I'm not going to go out on the web and look at it. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Look, and I can tell you, Sandy, if she saw a magazine here, she'd flip out. So it ain't going to happen anyways. But what I'm saying is that if you're that attached to that stuff, if you're in the business that pisses off the government, you are a fool for going out to those sites, because it's only a matter of time. You could go out and like I said, I can blow up most pedophile cases as an expert witness for the defense. And let me tell you why. You can go out to a website and there's this thing called caching, where every image is cached into your system. You can go to a website that you might be, I don't know. I think when I would porn, whitehouse.com was a porn site. It really was. Whitehouse.com, not .gov.
That's true.
But whitehouse.com was a porn site. I can put a child pornography picture in there on that site. It would be cached to your computer. Because it's cached to your computer, you now have child pornography. You now legitimately have been looking at child pornography. It is that easy to do. Doesn't mean that it could be like if you're looking at an image and say there's like 1,000 images, right? In this spread of images, one image could be a kid or a minor. And you think you're looking at adults or whatever, right? And they have one kid that's in there, one minor, someone under the age of 18. God forbid, if you see a kid, you're an asshole. You need to go. I'm sorry. Shouldn't cuss like that. You should go to jail. I'm all for locking them up. But what I'm saying is that, but something like that, you can go to what you think is a legitimate website, and they have one picture of a juvenile in that thing. They can now charge you. So this is the thing. If the government wanted to make a case against you, it is so easy. And they know that you watch porn. They know everything you do when you go to Google and stuff. They can present to you a page as a pop-up or whatever that has child porn. Like I said, what I did. And then they come and arrest you and say, well, you got child porn on your computer. And they go, no, I don't go to those sites. And they go, well, wait a minute. They go open up your cache folder. Everybody look at your cache. Everybody, right now type in cache, look at cache on the computer, and you can go there and you will see pictures and you will see stuff that especially if you go to those adult sites that you're like, what the heck is this? And that's
I never saw this on my screen ever.
That's how they get you.
Yeah.
That's how they get you. Now they get the blatant jerk offs who are out there actually doing it. And like I said, I'm all for putting a bullet in their head, but that's another story for another day. But, but if they wanted to frame you, if you're in this business, if they wanted to frame you, that's how easy you're giving them the bullet to shoot yourself in the head with if you go out and look at pornography and you do this type of work. There's other things too that you do. You don't go out to foreign sites. There's no, why? You only deal with companies. If you download, I know these guys that use Torrent and all this stuff. That's infiltrated with viruses. You know that most of those BitTorrent sites are owned by the government? And all they're doing is just gathering data. The reason why they haven't prosecuted you yet, because you're not on the radar. But a lot of those BitTorrent sites that you're going to, a lot of those BitTorrent sites where you're downloading today's movie is actually owned by the movie company. And what they're doing is that they're gathering your IP address. And they're gathering now, there's ways around it, but they're gathering all that information. And then eventually when they get, the need to raise money, they're going to slap a $25,000 lawsuit on you per instant. And, that's why trust me, we had an incident of that happen here at the Norton household, and I went ballistic when I found out that someone was downloading movies at my house. I'm telling you, you could have stole my car And I wouldn't have been as pissed off as I was when I found out about this. And
putting everything at risk for you.
That's right. Well, everybody does it. No. It's a criminal act. And I, and worse off, what it does is it puts me at risk, and because of what I do. So yeah, that's the other thing.
You and your family.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, it's only a matter of time. They'll look up stuff, and they do. It's funny when, Donald Trump, he gets audited by the IRS. When I get audited by the IRS, I'm like, okay, but they're like, aren't you upset? It's like, no, I don't do anything illegal with my taxes. And when you get done auditing me, that means that I did everything that right. So you can't ever come back to me retroactively and say, 3 years from now, you didn't take this deduction. You took this deduction that was long. I have your audit saying that you guys approved it. So thank you. Come and audit me. I don't care. So yeah, I welcome it. It doesn't bug me none because I don't do anything criminal. But when they do audit, I always thank them. It blows their minds. When they come, they're like, oh, I've been audited. And they're like, we're here to audit. Okay, here. This is what I got. This is how I came up with this number. And you know what's really funny? About 5 times, I've been audited about 8 or 9 times in my life. And 5 of the times I've been audited, they came back and said, you can take this deduction. And I always refile and I get my money. I get more money from them.
That is funny.
Yeah. Because I don't do stupid stuff. I just keep it above board and just do it. That's the other thing too, is don't do stupid things with your taxes. That's another way of getting in trouble. Fill out your taxes and do it right. If you loan yourself money in a business, then make it a loan. And then when you pay yourself back, don't pay yourself interest, just pay yourself back. Because if you pay yourself back interest, that's a red flag. Just pay loan yourself money as a business. And then when when your business is successful, give your money back to yourself. A lot of people, they'll charge, I'm going to charge 9% interest. It's like, why would you charge 9% interest when the bank's only going to charge you 3%? And by the way, that's income back to you as an individual. There's a lot of stupid things that people do that try to juice the system. Don't do it, because that's another way you get in trouble. Yeah. Oh, well. Well, John, my friend, we have been long into the night. I appreciate you joining me.
Actually, there's possibly one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
You might find interesting that would tie in. I'm actually, for like the last 20 minutes, I've been trying to find this old message I sent someone to alert them to what was going on. Okay, so this will tie in with Facebook's data mining. So, I have a friend that alerted me to a post they saw on FetLife, which is the largest free BDSM fetish site in the world. Now, this was over in England.
Yeah.
And they had all these friends that they met at like Munches. Munches are where you meet in a public place. You're not wearing fetish gear.
Okay.
And so obviously most of these people only knew each other on a first name basis.
Mm-hmm. And
only wanted to know each other on a first name basis. And in some cases, of course, they didn't know the real first name of that person. Well, they ended up all of a sudden where they would log into Facebook, and they would see these pictures of people they knew through the FET community.
Oh, yeah.
Show up as suggested friends.
Yeah.
Because what Facebook was doing was they were data mining phone numbers.
Yeah.
And I think that's how they were getting.
No, I can tell you. Well, I can tell you how they do it. Everybody's got a Facebook app on your phone, right? If you look at your...
No, I deliberately don't use the Facebook app, and it was a pain in the butt when they made you get Messenger.
Yeah.
It was a pain in the butt to find a piece of software that actually worked with messages, and it still doesn't work fully,
yeah.
And it's a pain in the butt, but I use never.
Yeah, but these people probably had Facebook on their phone.
Exactly. Exactly.
And Facebook has geolocate. If you go to your location, your settings, Facebook has geolocate. What they found out is, and you got to look at what they do in pattern-wise, is that they look at abnormal patterns, not normal patterns. And so you have all of these people coming together and they're in the same geolocation. Then what Facebook does is they look at your common interest. Now, Jeff might have an interest or might have a post or whatever, and then they see these common interests and then they tie you all together. That's why it's all part of the mesh network. It's called meshing.
Yeah.
Yeah. They did it. It's very simple. Yeah, they do it off your geolocate.
And there's someone else, I've been trying to track this guy down again for a couple of days. I found it on YouTube, and I should have copied and pasted the URL, but I didn't think of it at the time, or I should have saved the video into a playlist. Because I thought I remembered the name of the guy. That he was working for the government, at pretty high levels. And he was talking about how Facebook works directly with the biggest corporation in the U.S. that revolutionizes facial identity software.
Well, they probably are.
Facebook is directly working with a government-owned entity.
Yeah.
That is the premier place in the world for facial identity software.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't they? They do speech recognition. They do, they do pattern buying. They do social network. Obviously the social networking. They do pattern. I mean, they have billboards now where you can walk by a billboard and it will actually shoot you a coupon because it knows you like Starbucks coffee or whatever, and it will shoot you a coupon for that.
Yeah, and what are you doing when you're posting a picture to Facebook? Mm-hmm. It usually has your friends in it, and then you're tagging your friends.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, the tagging was actually part of the Facebook to see if what they would do is that you were their beta. So what they were doing is they were tagging your friends long before you were tagging them, and you're just confirming their success rate. When I built biometric software, I actually built speech recognition software on the phone. That was the biggest thing. It wasn't the problem is could we get a reliable speech recognition? In other words, a speech pattern that knows it was Jeff versus John. That was never the issue. The problem is how do we get enough samples of Jeff speaking, and how do we get enough samples of John speaking so we can build that? And the more samples you have, the better reliability the system was. And so what Facebook did is all you're doing is confirming.
Yeah.
You're just helping them develop the product that's going to enslave you one day. Well, this is not going to enslave me. I don't, I'm not, I don't care. They can't, as long as my mind is still my mind. I know they're trying to get that and manipulate that through TV and other social media, other types of media. But as long as my mind's my mind, they can never control me because it's, that's what makes me me. I mean, my waking life is only half of my total life, and my sleep life is the other half. And what I dream and what I envision in the future and stuff is no different than my waking life. That makes sense. So some people freaks other people out.
Oh, come on, Jeff. I know for a fact that, there's no way half of your life is spent with sleep.
Well, not half. Yeah, I don't sleep that much. Yeah, I don't sleep that much. I'm lucky if I get 4 hours. But when I do sleep, I'm in my other world.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and something people don't notice is once you have someone's phone number, substantiates for me that it's pretty easy to be able to turn on the camera of the phone or the microphone of the phone without the use of knowledge.
Yeah, I was actually at a seminar. This is years ago. This is when I was working with a company called Cable and Wireless.
Okay.
And out of Chicago, I was consulting them, and they sent me to, these are before the digital cellular phones came out. They sent me to a conference that Docomo did. Docomo was they're the number one cellular company in Japan. These are the guys that perfected the Motorola Sling, all of those first Gen 1 digital cell phones. Those Gen 1 digital cell phones were out 2 years, almost 3 years before they even hit the United States. The reason why they weren't allowed because they were digital is the United States government. Analog is easy to listen to. Digital, because it was digital, they couldn't do it. So the United States government basically would not allow them to be sold in the United States until there was a back door. And I remember the being at the conference, and there is a code, and I used to know them for certain phones, where you can turn a phone on and turn it into a receiver. In other words, if you were sitting next to me and I knew your phone number, I can type in the code and hijack your phone number. And then when someone called you, it would actually ring on my phone as well. And a lot of those codes have been shut down. And so, yeah, I mean, and that was all backdoor features that the government put into or required the cell phone manufacturers to put into the phones because they had no way of doing it. Analog phones were different. They can actually tie into the switch network. When I go into telco, when I go to in tier 1 telcos, AT&T, Sprint's, Verizon's telcos, and I do get access to them because of my job that I normally do, there's always racks. It's funny. You have rows of servers, and then you have rows of servers behind metal cages. And it's like, well, here's Microsoft servers. Here's, SAP servers. Here's whoever's servers. And you go by these rows of servers, and it's like, well, whose servers are those? Like, we don't talk about those. They're all the government servers that are hooked into the telco. So, yeah. I mean, and then, of course, in my naivety, I would never do it anyways because you're being watched everywhere you go. I should take pictures of them, though. But I'm not going to. I mean, we all know the government's listening. We all know. I mean, well, I posted on my website, if you go to themidnightocean.com, just put in there NSA iPhone. And and it shows you how to find out if the NSA is looking at, I don't have an Android yet, but I do have the iPhone. And it shows you if the NSA is looking at your phone, if you're tapped into I know my phone is.
Yeah. So. I remember being on the live show when we were going through that, and that was pretty interesting.
That was crazy.
Yeah, crazy. And to get the address and the phone number for the place, too.
Oh, I had their phone number, everything. I should have called them on the live show. I called them afterwards, and no one answered.
And just like you said, with private corporations owning the data, that's what the NSA did for years. Mm-hmm. Was the NSA would collect the information, ship it off to a private corporation, which I believe at the time was up until a few years ago, it was in Florida. And then they would store that information.
Yeah. Well, no. What they did with I know how they did the cell phones. So what they did with the cell phones, they had a company in Canada because Canada companies, they had these inter-nation agreements, and Canada, England, Israel, and so Canada was intercepting all of the cell phone technology. Canadian government was intercepting all of the cell phone technology or cell phone calls here in the States. They were then taking that information and they were sending it over to Israel. Israel was then compiling the data and then sending it back to the United States. Now, and vice versa, we were doing it for other countries as well. The thing is, a lot of companies don't understand, or a lot of people don't understand, the number one company, you have exchanges, what they call cellular exchanges. So Sprint, Verizon, AT&T, they have their own network. And so you have to reconcile traffic. So if I'm on Sprint, I might be using AT&T network because their tower doesn't, that's going to cost Sprint some money for me to use their tower and vice versa. You have a company in Israel, their sole job is to do those reconciliations every year. But that company is also part of the Mossad and they report back. So the government they have a history of who you called. And they also have a history of what tower you called from. So they have basically a generic. And if they wanted to, they can triangulate that if they really wanted to look at the data, if they wanted to find out who they are. But they have basically everything they need to have about you. They know your phone number. They know who you called. They know generally where you were at. They can then find out through Facebook who that person was. It's just, that's why they're able to catch these guys so quickly now. everybody's like, why were they able to catch these bombers in 3 or 4 days? Well, because they turned on, they said, I know exactly how they did. Give me everybody that was hitting this cell. The nearest cell tower was right here. Give me everybody that was hitting that cell tower at that time. That gives them 100,000 people, right? Then they were saying, all right, out of those phones, what ones were mobile? What ones were moving? Prior to the incident, an hour before the incident or 30 minutes before the incident. And then they take that 100,000 and they narrow it down to 20,000. Then they say, all right, these 20,000, what ones of the 20,000s know each other? Well, out of that, and then how many of these were those people moving? Then, that's how they were able to narrow it down. Where were they moving by? And then they start triangulating, and then they use D-Wave, which is a quantum computer, or they use something similar to that, and then they start triangulating, and they know every movement. They appear in little dots on a map, and they can track everything. And then what they do, they don't have to see the person. They say, why are these people are moving through the crowd? Oh, so let's find a camera that's on that street. And that's how they found the brothers. I know exactly how they track them down. I know the technology. So that's how they do it.
Yeah, and also probably from the signal strength you get relative distance.
Well, yeah, they triangulate. Yeah, because each tower, there's an algorithm. I had a real good buddy at Motorola. That was his job. Was that he wrote the algorithm there in Illinois. He wrote the algorithm that did the cellular switching. What tower should I use? He wrote the algorithm for Motorola. I know he was a mathematician, brilliant guy. This guy was brilliant and spoke 4 or 5 languages. Had dinner. We were good friends. When I was president of the Linux user group there in Chicago, obviously I get to meet a lot of geeky guys.
Yeah.
So that was, and like I said, had dinner with him. A great guy. Had dinner with him and his wife on multiple occasions. And, this guy was brilliant mathematician, and the algorithms that he would derive, he was on the team that developed the switching algorithms for what tower to use, where to use it. So,
wow.
Well, my friend, we are over our time. I would love to talk to you, but I've got a busy day tomorrow.
Yeah, you need a few hours of rest at least.
A couple.
Yeah, a couple.
I enjoyed it.
Thanks so much, Jeff.
No, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I appreciate you guys hanging in there. I see we got a bunch of watchers there on YouTube, so obviously this was entertaining to you people and stuff. And no, I thoroughly enjoyed it. And Dr. Ram was incredible. I wish we can get him on longer, but yeah, 2 hours is pretty much about it. Now, tomorrow's...
Well, with one of the other shows, I think with one of the other shows, I forgot which show, he was going on weekly for a while. So, he might be wanting to come on pretty regularly.
Yeah, the problem is we're so booked. I mean, tomorrow's show, check this out. Howard Hughes. We have Douglas Wellman's going to be joining us talking about Howard Hughes and how Howard Hughes did not die as the crazy old man. These guys have documentation of Howard Hughes. I'm gonna let them tell the story. But Douglas is going to join us. I don't know if Mark, the co-author of the book called The Box, is going to be coming on, and we are going to be talking about Howard Hughes and the mystery behind the man and the legend. And did he actually die a feeble, old, crazy lunatic, as they say? And Douglas is going to join us. So tomorrow's show is going to be...
Yeah. Was he actually crazy, or was he crazier than a fox?
You're going to hear some... You come check out tomorrow, because I think you're going to be mildly surprised. I think Howard Hughes was a pretty smart man. I think he found a way. I think he found a way of getting away, and he took it. And so that's tomorrow. We have Douglas Willman's going to be joining us in the studio. I don't know if his co-author Mark is going to be with us. I don't know but I know Douglas is definitely going to be here. I've been talking to both of them And Douglas has agreed to be here. The other thing too is I want to let people know we have Stanton Friedman is going to be joining us on the 27th.
That's big.
Yeah, for UFO. If you guys are in the UFOs, Stanton Friedman is going to be here. We got Kathleen Mardine, co-author with Stanton on a couple of his books. She's going to be joining us. L.A. Marzulli is going to be joining us next week. We have Marshall Masters. Brenda Garan is going to be joining us. Leslie McKirk is going to be here as well. We just got like some top notch, and I think I just got confirmation that we have 3 other really top notch guests. But tomorrow, look forward to hearing about the mysteries of Howard Hughes. So thanks, John, my friend, for joining us. But I am officially checking out of here so I can.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, thanks for all you did.
Not a problem. Take care of yourself. So there you go. Wow. What a show. What a night. I appreciate John for sticking in there on the phone. Hold on for a second. Let me get a cough here. I am going to get so yelled at by my voice coach. I am speaking too much from my throat, not from my mouth. That's where the coughs come from. So once again, I just want to tell everybody, thank you for joining tonight. Get out there, tell your friends about us. Let them know, share the shows. If you're on Facebook, make sure you share the shows with them. If there is any topic that you would like to talk about, join Midnight Listeners, sign up for that. There is an SMS component where you can send me text messages. They arrive directly on my phone, and I will respond to you in kind. And once again, I just want to say thank you, Dr. Miller, for joining us tonight. It has been outstanding. Enjoy the conversation with you, my friend. As always, I walk away. I am a grasshopper, as you would say. And more importantly, I just tell people, if you can be anything in the world, be this right here.
It's what you do.